Good evening. I'm going to call the May 19th regular board meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School District to order. The time is 5:06 p.m. We are 4:06 p.m. We're meeting in the Administrative Office Boardroom, 720 Santa Barbara Street in Santa Barbara. I'd like to say if there's anyone else waiting for public comment or considering the cards, please get them in the next couple of minutes. Okay.
Vamos a empezar la junta. Si alguien más quiere hacer un comentario público, se va a cerrar eso en unos pocos minutos. Por favor, avancen sus comentarios a las señoritas que están aquí al lado.
All right. All right, we're about to do public comment. We just want to make sure we had translators available at this point. We'll take the first three that don't need the translation. We have currently 4 public comments. That means that you have the full 3 minutes per comment. So we'll have Trustee Beal please call the first 3.
The first 3 will be in order of announcing them. Shannon Curtis, followed by Kendall Stevens, followed by Katie Pell. I hope I pronounced those correctly. Shannon Curtis.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Curtis, and I'm a teacher at La Cumbre Junior High. And I just wanted to say that we may be a small campus, but our numbers tell a different story. We educate the largest percentage of socioeconomically disadvantaged students of any junior high in the district. We have the second highest population of EMLs, 6 times more than our largest junior high. And according to the RISE Year in Review, we are tied for the most referrals and lead the entire district in crisis intervention calls. These figures translate into...
So is the mic off? I'm sorry, your mic, push the green button where it says, I'm sorry, on the little green light will go on right where it says push. There we go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Do I need to start over?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We'll reset the clock.
My name is Shannon Curtis, and I'm a teacher at La Cumbre Junior High. And I'm here to talk about that some of La Cumbre's needs. We are a small campus, but our numbers tell a different story. We educate the largest percentage of socioeconomically disadvantaged students of any junior high in the district. We have the second highest population of emergent multilingual learners, 6 times more than the largest junior high. And according to the RISE Year in Review, we are tied for the most referrals and lead the entire district in crisis intervention calls. These figures translate into real-world needs: daily behavioral de-escalation, mental health triage, and constant relationship building. Yet we do not qualify for a dean of students, and our administrative team is already stretched razor thin. Okay. This afternoon, you are considering asking Dr. Brock to serve as principal for 2 high-needs campuses, La Cumbre and Santa Barbara Community Academy. And the Academy students deserve a fully present leader, and so do ours. Expecting one person to meet the complex academic, social, emotional, and safety demands of 2 distinct schools, 1 junior high, 1 elementary, is not just unrealistic, it is inequitable. I lived through the year after Principal Joanne Keynes passed, when La Cumbre went the entire year without stable leadership. The turbulence harmed students, staff, and families. We cannot afford to repeat that experiment. The district often speaks of equity. Equity means allocating resources where the needs are the greatest. By every metric, poverty, language acquisition, crisis calls, La Cumbre requires more leadership support, not less. I respectfully urge you to table this proposal and instead provide each campus with a fully dedicated principal and the additional administrative staff our data clearly justify. Our students, some of the most vulnerable in the district, deserve consistent, present, and adequately supported leadership. Thank you for your time and for standing with us and putting students' needs first.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kendall Stevens.
Good afternoon. My name is Kendall Stevens, and I'm a teacher at La Cumbre Junior High. I want to express my deep concern for the upcoming proposal to have our current principal be split between La Cumbre and Santa Barbara Community Academy next year. To paint a picture of students impacted by this decision, one may turn to La Cumbre's demographics. 85% of students at La Cumbre are socioeconomically disadvantaged. La Cumbre has the highest number of newcomers and the second highest number of IEPs of the 4 junior highs. We currently have the highest number of crisis interventions for the entire district. These numbers are not just data points, but human beings, real students who have academic and emotional needs. La Cumbre has an extremely dedicated staff who often go above and beyond contractual duties to support our students. Despite this, one cannot deny that making our principal part-time at our site will negatively impact behavioral and academic intervention. From evaluating teaching to responding to escalating behaviors, a principal's primary job should be to support teachers in providing meaningful instruction in a safe and supportive environment. A split-site principal will be stretched too thin to do so effectively. What message does Santa Barbara Unified send to teachers, students, and families at La Cumbre by making this huge administrative change? By having a principal that is only with our site 50% of the time, our district is showing La Cumbre and Santa Barbara Community Academy families that their students do not deserve as much administrative support as other schools. This feels especially concerning given the great disparity amongst the student populations of the 4 junior highs. Santa Barbara Unified Administration frequently uses the term equity when describing the values of our district. The decision to cut support from the highest need junior high directly contradicts this idea. If Santa Barbara Unified truly believes in the practice of equity, La Cumbre should be prioritized and be given more support. La Cumbre already operates with one less administrator than the other junior highs. Rather than cutting and reducing positions, we should be pouring time, money, and finances into increasing support for our most vulnerable students. I am proud of the work we have done and continue to do with the limited resources we have at La Cumbre. I urge the board to consider our district motto, every child, every chance, every day, when making this vote. Consider how every child at La Cumbre will be impacted by this decision. Please reconsider consolidating the principal position between La Cumbre and Santa Barbara Community Academy. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Katie Pell. Pelly.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I need to press this button. Oh, it's on. Okay. Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Katie Pelly, and I've had the privilege of teaching at La Cumbre Junior High School for 19 years. I've worked in education for 24 years, and while my role at La Cumbre has changed, especially over the past 5 years, my actions as a team player attitude prove how I care deeply about this school, this community, and especially our students. I'm here to respectfully ask you to reconsider the proposal to have Dr. Bradley Brock lead both La Cumbre and Santa Barbara Community Academy. I understand that on paper this may look like a practical administrative decision for a transitional year, but from where I stand doing this work every day, I believe the impact on students at both schools will be significant. For the past 3 years, La Cumbre has been working toward authorization as an IB middle years program school. To me, this is so much more than a district-sponsored initiative. It is a real opportunity for our students to experience a rigorous, meaningful education that helps them grow as thinkers, problem solvers, and young people who understand their place in the world and their ability to make a difference in it. In fact, just this past weekend, our students planted 65 native trees and bushes in the grassy field along Portezuelo Avenue with the intention of adding shade and sustainable pollinator habitats to our campus.
This is one example of the community projects our students have completed this school year, thanks to our pursuit of IB. As you already know, our success as an IB school, as an MYP school, will further strengthen the IB continuum from Harding's primary years program through the diploma program at Dos Pueblos High School. This is an investment not only for the La Cumbre students, but for our broader Santa Barbara community. Furthermore, the investment that you have been making in paying our candidacy fees, my IB coordinator position, as well as professional development necessary for our staff, will be undermined if you require Dr. Brock to lead both schools, because our ability to complete this process, which should happen in the next 2 years, will be seriously compromised. IB authorization is not something a school can accomplish on the side. It takes steady, focused leadership. It takes time, collaboration, strategic planning, and a strong working partnership between the principal, staff, and IB coordinator. Even this year, with real momentum and commitment, protecting the time for that work has been challenging and in many instances ineffective. I urge you, if you've already done so, to open my MYP action plan I linked in my letter to you yesterday. I'm asking you to keep our students at the center of this decision to protect the leadership capacity that La Cumbre needs to finish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Arturo Valentin.
Buenas tardes, miembros del board. Mi nombre es Arturo Valentín, soy representante de SBCA DEMLAC y soy copresidente de DEMLAC. Aquí estoy en representación de las familias trabajadoras de nuestra escuela, con el firme propósito de encontrar un terreno común donde los padres nos sintamos respetados y escuchados. Nuestra principal preocupación es garantizar la vialidad a largo plazo de nuestra escuela. Nos preocupa profundamente que reducir el liderazgo a un director compartido pueda debilitar el plantel y ponernos en una ruta hacia un eventual cierre técnico.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Arturo Valentin, representative for SPCA and co-president of DEMLAC. I am here representing the working class families of our school with the sincere purpose of finding common ground where parents feel respected and heard. Our primary concern is ensuring the long-term viability of our school.
Para asegurar que SBCA siga abierta, fuerte y prosperando, les presentamos las siguientes peticiones fundamentales.
Our primary concern is ensuring the long-term viability of our school. We are deeply worried that reducing leadership to a shared principle will weaken our campus and place us on an inevitable path toward a technical closure. To ensure that SPCA remains open, strong, and thriving, we present the following evidence-based requests.
Un director dedicado de tiempo completo. Compartir un director entre dos planteles distintos afectará a más de 600 estudiantes con necesidades totalmente diferentes. La ciencia y la investigación educativa, como los estudios de la Fundación Wallace, demuestra que la manera contundente que el impacto de un director a tiempo completo y alto rendimiento en el éxito académico y la reducción de los ausentismos es significativamente mayor en las escuelas urbanas de bajos ingresos y resta el liderazgo al restar rendimiento.
So number 1, a dedicated full-time principal sharing one principal between 2 distinct campuses directly impacts more than 600 students with completely different needs. Educational research, such as extensive studies by the Wallace Foundation, conclusively demonstrate that the impact of a dedicated, high-performing full-time principal on student achievement and reducing absenteeism is significantly higher in low-income urban schools. Stripping away leadership directly threatens academic performance.
Equidad y un plan estratégico claro. Pedimos que las decisiones presupuestarias prioricen el salón de clase. Solicitamos un plan por escrito que asegure los recursos necesarios para la estabilidad de nuestra escuela.
Point number 2, equity and a clear strategic plan. We ask that budgetary decisions prioritize the classroom. We request a written strategic plan that secures the necessary resources for our school's stability.
Consideración al impacto comunitario. El 90% de nuestros estudiantes provienen de hogares de bajos ingresos. Esta división genera complicaciones logísticas muy difíciles para padres con múltiples empleos que se desplazan a pie en transporte público.
Number 3, consideration of community impact. 90% of our students come from low-income households. This division will create immense logistical hardships for parents balancing multiple jobs who must rely entirely on walking or public transit.
4. Sensibilidad hacia la seguridad familiar. Para las familias que caminan al plantel y entran en el estrés de procesos migratorios activos, la escuela es un refugio esencial. Extender sus rutas a pie incrementa la ansiedad y el temor en espacios públicos.
Number 4, sensitivity toward family safety. For families who walk to campus and face the daily stress of active immigration cases, the school is an essential sanctuary. Forcing them to extend their walking routes through public spaces exponentially increases anxiety and fear.
Como líderes, hoy les traemos la otra cara de la moneda. Les pido por favor que no ignoremos esta realidad. Esta realidad debe ser discutida sobre la mesa tal y como es, no maquillada para los informes, no romantizada para los discursos. Detrás de cada decisión que toman hay familias reales enfrentando retos reales. Les invitamos a trabajar con nosotros de manera abierta y transparente. Muchas gracias.
As leaders, today we bring you the other side of the coin. I ask you, please do not ignore this reality. This reality must be discussed at the table exactly as it is, not dressed up for official reports, nor romanticized for public speeches. Behind every decision you make, there are real families facing real challenges. We invite you to work with us in an open and transparent manner. Thank you very much.
Quisiera saber si este es el lugar para formar un complaint.
And I would also like to ask if this is the right place to present a formal complaint.
Las quejas se les puede dar a mi oficina con la señorita Hernández o la señorita Trujillo.
¿Le puedo entregar una copia a cada uno de ustedes?
Se las puede dar a ellas y ellas los van a repasar.
Correcto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
The next speaker and the final speaker is Brianna Serrato.
Hello, board. The light's on.
We're good. We're
Yeah.
good.
It is? We're good? All right. Hello, board. My name is Brianna Serrato. My apologies. This is going to be a little distracted. I forgot my phone as I was rushing off from my 10-year-old's birthday celebration today so that I could make sure that I came and spoke out on his behalf and also on the behalf of my daughter, because I have the unique perspective as being a parent at both La Cumbre Junior High in 7th grade and a parent at Santa Barbara Community Academy 4th grader. I am also the parent representative of both campuses for SEEK, for our disabled students. I am the co-chair for School Site Council at the junior high, and I attend the MLAC meetings at both schools as well. I have also had the experience from prior schools of knowing the importance of a dedicated, competent, and caring full-time principal as to when we don't have that, it trickles down and it affects everybody. And I've been here numerous times over the last couple of years advocating for my kiddos, as you all know, and they are finally thriving. So picture my surprise when this bomb was dropped at the parent meeting for SBCA. And also, by the way, none of this has been spoken to the La Cumbre parents. The staff at SBCA didn't find out about this plan until the parents found out about it that morning and then spread the word. And I still have not received any word as a La Cumbre parent that this might be happening. So my ask is that the plan at least be put temporarily on pause for proper communication and surveying of families and staff for both school campuses. Also, you've already heard all of the other comments. I'm going to echo that it's important we have a full-time principal at each of the campuses that are dedicated to each of the campuses, because there are vast different needs. Also, Dr. Brock and Ms. Tafoya do an amazing job at La Cumbre, but they are stretched so thin. How are they supposed to be able to now do SSTs, IEPs, parent meetings, staff meetings, MTSS implementation, monitoring of students, all of the things that a principal does at an elementary from TK to 6th. Yes, it may only be 200 something students, but it's still a wide range in grades and tasks and responsibilities. How is he supposed to be able to split that between the two when also doing yard duty or doing lunch duty and hallway passing for the kids, and SSC meetings, MLAC meetings, all of those things? It's not possible. We already are struggling with communication and parent engagement at the junior high, taking away additional supports for all of those marginalized kids in the two. So please just pause it.
Thank you.
We have an additional comment on a different item on D9, and that would be Roberta Ortega.
Good afternoon, board members. I was originally coming to speak about the principal, but everyone else did a great job, so I'm coming to talk about the process for performance evaluation for the superintendent, because I'm not sure what that process is, so we need to, I think, have transparent procedures and let everybody know how that process happens. And then just so you have additional information for your evaluation, I want to speak to the communication or lack of communication about this decision. So whatever decisions need to be made, whether you take parent input or community input or not, the communication about it has to be very clear and transparent. So when Dr. Maldonado originally came to our district, immediately we had to hire a consultant and spend several $1,000s to help her do her job. And it seems like we still need to help her do her job, because I want to, as another parent said, we need written communication about the plan. That we spent a lot of time, again, going back and forth with what was said. Was this said at the meeting? We didn't have anything to refer back to. So people had a different impression of what was said at the meeting. And then parents were feeling, I got the feeling parents were feeling gaslighted, because they were saying, no, that's not what was said at the meeting, and there was arguing back and forth. We spent a lot of time going around, like saying what was really said. Had we had a written plan with a written communication, we would be able to refer back to what was actually said at the meeting. The way the whole thing was rolled out, as another parent previously said, I don't think there was any plan for how the parents had to come and ask her to come and find out what was going on with the principal process. They thought they were coming to hear to give input about what we wanted in a principal, and then they were surprised to find out that this decision was made. Like another parent said, no teachers knew about it. We were shocked to find out from a parent, from the parents who had just come to the meeting. And then later on in the afternoon, Dr. Maldonado had to come back, but only had a little limited time to stay and address the concerns, so she had to leave. She told us she does not set her schedule, so I'm not sure how her schedule is set, but it seems like you would want to prioritize to clarify miscommunication. And then just so people can all be on the same page and hearing the same things. And then also there's teachers that work on both staffs. They heard different information at the two meetings. And so when we asked Dr. Maldonado why it was not possible for her to notify the teachers or the staff before, she said that she has a personal life and that she had to attend a funeral. So while that's very sad, is unrelated to our communication. I think she has a staff that she can delegate to send emails. Even right after the meeting, she could have sent an email after the meeting, so we're not surprised by parents coming up to us. So going forward,
Ms.
we really
Ortega?
need clear communication, written communication, and a way that parents and the stakeholders and the community that the superintendent serves can also have input on the evaluation process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments.
Seeing no other public comments, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you for your attendance. We're trying to work through several images, several logistical situations. We have more audience than we anticipated, and we have to keep all the aisles clear by fire code. If you don't have a seat, you please make your way to the overflow room for a seat. And unfortunately, the fire code does not allow us to keep to have this kind of standing crowd, so we're going to have to figure that out. We won't be able to start the meeting until we've got that taken care of. Can you translate, please?
Sí, buenas tardes. ¿Se escucha? ¿Sí se escucha? Muy bien, buenas tardes. Les vamos a pedir a todos que tomen asiento. Debido a los códigos contra los incendios, no podemos tener a la gente que esté parada en los pasillos, así que les vamos a pedir a todos que tomen asiento, ya sea en esta sala si encuentran asiento o en la sala de atrás. No podemos comenzar la reunión hasta que todos tomen asiento, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. We're just ready to start when they're... Thank you. We will go ahead and open the meeting. We are returning to open session at 6:35, and we will start with language access.
Thank you. Buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español disponible por medio de Zoom y también tenemos lenguaje de señas disponible por medio de Zoom. Good evening. In order to provide language access, we have Spanish interpretation and ASL interpretation available through Zoom. Thank you. Gracias.
All right, we'll proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That's always good to hear in Mass like that, even with the different paces. That's invigorating. Thank you. Okay. All right. Tonight, in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve a final settlement agreement and general release in the special education pre-litigation matter listed as closed session item D2, and to authorize general counsel to execute a contract with a non-public school listed in the settlement. Tonight, in closed session, the board voted to appoint Mary Ann Hugh to the position of Assistant Superintendent of Student and Family Services starting 7/1/26. Tonight in closed session, the board voted to appoint Kimberly Sheriff Brown as principal of Monroe Elementary starting 7/1/2026. Tonight in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Bradley Brock as the principal of Santa Barbara Community Academy with direction to the superintendent to appoint a full-time assistant principal at SBCA starting July 1st, 2026. Tonight in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Gabriel Sandoval as principal of Harding Elementary starting 7/1/26. Tonight in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Sochi Tafoya as principal of Cleveland Elementary starting July 1st, 2026. And that will bring us to the student board member report. Our student trustee, Carlos Taft Vasquez, is not here tonight, so we'll move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Maldonado?
I am going to ask in the audience if Victoria Martinez is here. Or, there you are, Victoria. Come on in. I figured with all the people here, I couldn't find you. Good evening, board members. As we move on from our current student board member report, which didn't happen tonight because Carlos is coming back from a family trip, I would like to take a moment to introduce our next student board member, Victoria Martinez Penaranda. Victoria is a student at Alta Vista Middle College, making her the very first alternative education student to be represented at this level of leadership in our district. Victoria is a true change agent, an extraordinary champion for mental wellness, and a dedicated advocate for student needs. Her teacher and mentor, Regina Frecking, describes her as a superstar who takes initiative, rises to challenges, and represents the very best of humanity. I also want to extend a warm welcome and thank you to her parents, Vivian and Christian, who I believe are here with us tonight, for raising such a compassionate, community-minded leader. I think I see some people in the back here. Victoria, your village is expanding tonight. We're so excited to support your vision, learn from your perspective, and watch the lasting legacy you will undoubtedly leave here at Santa Barbara Unified. I want to invite you to introduce yourself to the board and community. Thank you.
Press the push button until the green light is on. On the microphone stand?
Oh, here. Wait. Hello? Okay.
Perfect.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Martinez Penaranda, and I'm currently a junior at Middle College. I want to begin by saying thank you for selecting me for this position. I am truly grateful and honored to step into this role as the next student board member. I also want to acknowledge the great work done by the current student board member, Carlos, and say how honored I am to be stepping into such big shoes for the next term. I am deeply committed to advocating for student well-being across our district. As I step into this role, I bring a deep understanding of what it means to be a student at both a traditional high school and an alternative education school, and I am ready to represent the voices and experiences of both. At the end of the day, we are all part of one district, and I believe that through strong collaboration, we can better understand and support the needs of students at every school. My passion for supporting student well-being has grown through my work as president and social media manager of the Wellness Connection Club at Middle College, where our mission is to promote social connection among students. It has also grown through my advocacy work outside of school as an intern of YouthWell's Youth Advocacy Board, a local nonprofit that supports youth mental health. Through YouthWell, I've had the opportunity to speak publicly at different events and work closely with staff to provide free mental health education to youth throughout our county. This summer, I will also be continuing this work as an intern with Santa Barbara YouthWell, where I will keep learning how to better support young people throughout the community and into the next school year. As a student board member, I hope to help strengthen conversations around student mental health, support, and belonging. I believe early intervention matters because students should not have to wait until they are struggling to feel seen, supported, or connected to resources. I am excited to work alongside student leaders from other schools and to extend the action I've taken at Middle College to the entire district. I will do my absolute best to listen to as many student voices as possible and represent them with care, honesty, and dedication. Thank you again for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you, Victoria. We look forward to working with you.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome to the board.
Dr. Wilson. Board members, next, because we do have a very packed agenda, I know that you asked for us to bring an update on our 7th period day implementation, and you wanted to see a bit of a project mapping out of the decisions we would have to make throughout the summer and in the fall as we get together to implement 7th period. So I've asked Dr. Wilson to show the board some of the planning we have in place as well as some of the timelines that we plan to hit, particularly the very important decisions that need to be made between now and then.
Yes. Good evening. As requested, I am bringing forward to the board and to the public and community our junior high 7-period day work plan. It is designed around our SWIFT framework, which is an evidence-based planning framework for equity-driven schools or transformation. And you can see 4 key areas that are addressed in this plan, 4 domains. The first domain is administrative leadership, integrated educational framework. We have family and community engagement, as well as inclusive policy, structure, and practice. And underneath each area, you will see the targeted actions that we plan to take as we implement this plan starting this month. So within each area are the targeted actions, and then underneath, you'll see each domain has several other descriptors with it. So if you scroll a little further down, so you see administrative leadership. Within this domain, we have our actions, the task we have to complete, timeline, person responsible, the measurement, how we will measure the completion of that task. And I'd like to highlight one in each area. So you'll see under administrative leadership, we want to convene a 7-period day advisory council to engage with district administration, teachers to make some important recommendations. You'll see under the next domain, which is our integrated educational framework. The first item really is to develop and finalize the Bell schedule, and you'll see the timeline specific for that and those responsible. In the next domain, we have our family and community engagement. The main area in this one is to meet with MTD, and that's a meeting that we have scheduled for next week. So we will begin that discussion. And lastly, under inclusive policy, structure, and practice, here we want to make sure we do a facilities audit and recommendations for any remodeling or facilities that need to happen. So again, this is our plan. Want to affirm that we have started the implementation of this. It will be ongoing, and we have this here as a reference for you and for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Next, I want to mark that we have finished the 3rd annual Santa Barbara Unified Poetry Contest, an event that sparks creativity, imagination, and introspection each spring. The theme of the contest this year was wonder and awe, and we received almost 200 submissions from students in grades TK through 12. We have invited a couple of award recipients to share their poetry tonight. Please join us in welcoming 3rd grader Emerson Johnson from Roosevelt Elementary.
This one? Okay. Swimming far out in beautiful clear water, soft sand under my feet, no stubbed toes. Twisting and turning in a roller coaster, I feel there and present and awake. Climbing so many steep steps, bumped my head, but I did it. Trying new things even when they're hard, even when you cry. Soon I will be 10 years old, a decade old. I wonder what that would be like.
Beautiful. Thank you so, so much, Emerson. And we also have a junior from San Marcos High School, Evelyn Alvarado.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Evelyn Alvarado, and this is my poem called Quiet Miracle. The morning bears like my parents' world, silent, heavy, and unshakable. I wake up carrying the weight of their lives. Mine is just beginning. I am the first to try, the first to stumble, the first to ask questions no one taught me to ask. Sometimes I feel like a child, always falling short of expectations, always trailing by a step. A life others seems to know the secret too. I want to make it, not for the diploma, not for the ceremony, but for them. For every late night, for every tired hand, for every silent hope they tuck carefully into my backpack. I watch them work and keep building, even when the future exists merely as a shadow. On walls I'm learning to climb, I watch their hands move, quiet proof of all they have carried for me. I fold my own homework pages while they fold their lives into mine, and wonder if I'll ever repay their sacrifice. I wonder about people, how someone can carry love and fear in the same chest, how hearts can bend, yet stay intact, how courage can live quietly in kitchen corners, in folds of a uniform, in whispered words of you can do it. I am Evelyn, I am growing. Wonder does not exist in flashes of light, but in the stubborn pulls of showing up, of holding on, of being enough. Even when no one is watching. Maybe that's my awe, the quiet miracle of carrying the weight of everyone I love and still choosing to rise, to grow, to live with all I carry.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Board member says, you know, we are raising, in partnership with our parents, children with creativity, poets, scientists, mathematicians, all sorts of wonderful future people in our society. Last, I'd like to announce our Collaborative Spirit Award. We have Cleveland's second and third grade professional learning community members, Andrea Fuentes, Manny Morales, Jessica Lopez, do we have a picture? And Rachel Harris. This disciplined team achieved a remarkable 10% increase in English language arts and math proficiency across all classrooms in just 7 months. By mastering the cycle called Plan, Do, Study, Act, and collaborative inquiry, they established a highly effective culture of shared accountability. Their intentional, data-driven approach has significantly strengthened instructional coherence and student growth throughout the Cleveland community. Thank you so much, Andrea, Manny, Jessica, and Rachel, for your professional learning community. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. We had a request from a trustee to review the closed session items, to repeat the closed session items and have them translated to Spanish while we do that. So can we get our translator back up here, and I will go through those items one at a time, restate them in English, and then have them translated. Tonight in closed session, the board voted 5-0. Would it help for you to have this in front of you via email?
If you have it, sure.
I can forward it to you.
Or I can take it.
Or you can just take it. How about that? Oh. Okay, so this is, again, the report from closed session. Tonight in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve a final settlement agreement and general release in the special education pre-litigation matter listed as closed session item D2 and authorize general counsel to execute a contract with the non-public school listed in the settlement.
Esta tarde en la sesión cerrada, el Consejo votó 5-0 para aprobar un acuerdo final y una exención general en el asunto anotado como el asunto de educación especial, que es antes de litigación. Y este artículo es el artículo de la sesión cerrada D2. Y aquí se autoriza al abogado para que ejecute un contrato con la escuela no pública anotada en el acuerdo.
Tonight, in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Marianne Hugh to the position of Assistant Superintendent of Student and Family Services starting July 1, 2026.
Y esta tarde, en sesión cerrada, el Consejo votó 5-0 para nombrar a Marianne Hugh como la nueva Superintendente Auxiliar de Servicios a Estudiantes y Familias, comenzando el 1 de julio de 2026.
Tonight, in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Kimberly Sheriff Brown as principal of Monroe Elementary starting July 1st, 2026.
Esta tarde, en la sesión cerrada, el Consejo votó 5-0 para nombrar a Kimberly Sheriff Brown como la nueva directora de la escuela Monroe Elementary, comenzando el 1 de julio de 2026.
Tonight, in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Bradley Brock as principal of Santa Barbara Community Academy, with direction to the superintendent to appoint a full-time assistant principal at SBCA starting July 1st, 2026.
Esta tarde, en sesión cerrada, el Consejo votó 5-0 para nombrar a Bradley Brock como el nuevo director de Santa Barbara Community Academy y también instruyó a la superintendente a que nombrara un director asistente de tiempo completo en la escuela SBCA comenzando el 1 de julio 2026.
Tonight, in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Gabriel Sandoval as principal of Harding Elementary starting July 1st, 2026.
Esta tarde, en la sesión cerrada, el Consejo votó 5-0 para nombrar a Gabriel Sandoval como el nuevo director de la escuela Harding Elementary, comenzando el 1 de julio de 2026.
Tonight, in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Xochitl Tafoya as principal of Cleveland Elementary starting July 1st, 2026.
Esta tarde, en la sesión cerrada, el Consejo votó 5-0 para nombrar a Xochitl Tafoya como la nueva directora de la escuela Cleveland Elementary, comenzando el 1 de julio de 2026.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right, thank you for that. This will bring us to the public comments on non-agenda matters. We'll now open public comment for non-agenda matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Before we begin the public comment portion of tonight's meeting, the board would like to thank everyone who has joined us to share their perspectives. Your voice is a vital part of our district's governance. Under the provisions of the California Brown Act, the board is legally prohibited from engaging in a back-and-forth dialogue or taking immediate action on items not specifically listed on tonight's agenda. Because of this, we will not be responding directly to your comments this evening. However, please know that silence does not mean indifference. We value your input and take your concerns seriously. Following this meeting, the board will work closely with the superintendent and district staff to ensure all comments are reviewed and that appropriate follow-up or research is conducted. We ask that you please adhere to our time limits so that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Thank you for your participation supporting our students. We also have a 7 p.m. time certain item on a public hearing on local hazard mitigation plan. So we can probably do one. Yeah. We have well over 20 public comments, probably 25. We're going to limit it to a minute each, and we're going to, at 20 minutes, call the time and see if the board will extend it beyond that time. So we can get started with the first 3, and then we'll start our time certain at 7 p.m. First read. I also want to point out that there were there were non-agenda items put up on the community, Santa Barbara Community Academy. That was officially something that was under the closed session and should have been done prior to closed session, but we will allow those comments tonight. I think that's the 5 that we had in addition. So we'll start with those. Please limit your time to 1 minute.
Thank you, President Banning. The first speaker is Carla Alvarado Navarro, followed by, Claudia Hernandez, I believe, and Araceli Sandoval. Okay, if you could be ready to, if you're going to be next.
Good evening, board members. My name is Carla Alvarado Navarro. I am a proud parent of 2 daughters who attend Santa Barbara Community Academy, 1/5 and TK. My oldest daughter will graduate next year, June 2027, and it means so much to our family that our youngest has the same opportunity to continue the same journey at SBCA, a school community that has helped shape her sister's educational life since kindergarten. I don't only speak for myself, but for many families who feel unheard and share the same concerns having children in different grade levels. SBCA may be a small school, but it truly is mighty. It is a place where students feel safe, supported, and like they belong. Our teachers go above and beyond every single day for our children. As a parent, I have volunteered my free time, and it's heartbreaking.
I'm sorry the time is up.
Okay, thank you.
We'll welcome anyone that has comments written. Please send them to the board so that we can see them after the fact via email.
Okay, next is Claudia Hernandez. Claudia, are you still here? Okay, we will move on to Araceli Sandoval. Next will be Angeles Aguilar and, let's see, Julius Albanese.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Araceli Sandoval. Soy mamá de la academia.
I'm sorry, we need a translator. Just a second. Sorry about that.
Sí, gracias.
Perdón.
I just wanted to note that we're currently closing the window for public comments, public comment cards.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Araceli Sandoval. Soy mamá de la academia ya por una década.
Good evening. My name is Araceli Sandoval, and I've been a mom at the Academy for a decade.
Donde siempre nos sentimos acogidos y lo han sentido como su segundo hogar.
And we've always felt welcomed, and we feel like it's our second home.
Una de las razones por las que estamos aquí todos los padres reunidos es porque todos buscamos igualdad y derechos educativos para nuestros hijos.
One of the reasons why so many parents are here tonight is because we all want equity and educational rights for our children.
Creemos firmemente que ustedes son personas justas y no hacen distinciones.
And we firmly believe that you all are fair people and don't discriminate.
Nuestros hijos han atravesado por muchas situaciones difíciles durante estos años. Han tenido 3 veces cambio de director de personal, maestros y por si fuera poco, atravesado una pandemia.
So our children have had a very hard time in these last few years. They've had 3 changes of principal and staff members, teachers, and if all that wasn't enough, we've been through a pandemic together.
Donde los ha afectado no solamente educativamente, sino emocionalmente, y creemos que estos otros cambios que se aproximan serían el acabose para ellos, y por supuesto, nosotros como padres luchamos por su estabilidad emocional.
And so all of these things that have been happening affect our children, and if that wasn't enough, like now with another change, we feel like this is going to affect our children even more.
Los dejamos todo en sus manos y sabemos que considerarán que ellos tienen el derecho de continuar en SBCA.
And so we really look to you to make sure that they have stability at SPCA.
Y seguir adelante con sus sueños.
And that way they can continue moving forward to reach their dreams.
Thank you
Muchas
very
gracias.
Thank you.
much. It's, the time is now 7:01. We will open the public hearing for the adoption of the local hazard mitigation plan. I'll ask the staff to present.
Good evening, President, Board Member Banning, Board Members, and Dr. Maldonado. My name is Jose Jimenez, Director of Facilities and Modernization. This evening, I would like to open the public hearing regarding on the local hazard mitigation plan. The Santa Barbara Unified School District has prepared an updated multi-hazard mitigation plan in accordance with federal requirements, including the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. This plan identifies potential natural and other hazards that may impact our schools and district operations. Adoption of this plan also ensures that the district remains eligible to receive pre and post disaster mitigation funding through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is FEMA.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor to public comment on this item. Are there any public comments? Hearing none, I declare the public hearing on the local, Okay, we have one card, Brianna Serrato.
Hi, I promise to be quick. I just wanted to say, in reading through the full plan, thank you for having the caveat that students with IEPs will be potentially eligible to go to facilities prior to other students being able to go to facilities. Personal experience with my kiddos doing Zoom school with COVID in Goleta, it was chaos, and even though we had that caveat for those kiddos, unfortunately, if your child had SLP or a speech language impairment, SLI, as their primary diagnosis on their IEP, or not diagnosis, but reason that they qualify for services, they didn't qualify to come on campus. So I just wanted to make sure that that caveat is there, and it was because the SLP case managers couldn't handle having so many kiddos there. And then also wanted to suggest having a second caveat of that, of prioritizing after the IEP students, prioritizing EML students, because that is a major equity issue of trying to do Zoom school when you are learning another language and you may be new to school in general, and also if not necessarily tech savvy or dealing with that. So that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there other public comments? Hearing no further public comment, I declare the public hearing on the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan 2026 closed.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will proceed with the public comment. We do have another time certain item coming up at 7:15. Call the next speakers, please.
Okay, certainly, thank you. Angeles Aguilar, Julius Albanese, and Casey Gordon. Oh, and we need translation.
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you. Gracias por esperar.
No, gracias a ustedes. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ángeles Aguilar, soy mamá de una niña en la academia. Estamos aquí para suplicarles y que reconsideren la posibilidad o la idea de que cierren la escuela, la academia. Mi hija es muy feliz ahí.
Good evening. My name is Ángeles Aguilar, and I am the mother of a student that attends SPCA. And we want to ask the board to reconsider to not close the school. My daughter is very happy there.
Mi hija es una superdotada, so ella ganó el examen de GATE, so ella tuvo la oportunidad de irse a la Washington, me lloró, me suplicó que no la cambiara de escuela.
So my daughter is gifted, and she passed her GATE testing, and so she was offered the opportunity to go to Washington Elementary, but she begged me to not switch schools, to stay at SPCA.
So, ella dice que la Santa Barbara Community Academy es como su segunda casa. Ella es feliz yendo ahí. Nada más queremos que reconsideren la idea de cerrar la escuela. Ella va a ir a 5º grado y dice que no quiere irse a otra escuela, que no
So
quiere
my daughter
irse.
is very happy at that school, and she doesn't want to go to any other school, and she's about to enter 5th grade, so we just want to ask the board to reconsider the closing of the school. We want to continue to have that school open for our children.
Yo pienso que igual que la academia, todas las escuelas tienen oportunidades y queremos que nos le den otra oportunidad a la Santa Barbara Community Academy. Por favor.
So we just want to ask the board to give SPCA, Santa Barbara Community Academy, an opportunity. So please, we ask that you all reconsider.
Thank you.
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask Dr. Maldonado to comment.
Señora, quiero aclarar que no hay planes para cerrar la escuela. Yo sé que su comentario habló de eso, pero no hay planes para cerrar la escuela. Hemos anunciado que va a quedar un director y un subdirector para esa escuela para el año que entra. I just commented to our parent that there are no plans to close SPCA for next year, and that we just announced that we're going to have one principal plus adding an assistant principal, so there are currently no plans to close Santa Barbara Community Academy. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker, Julius Abanis. I'm not sure, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. Followed by Casey Gordon and Chris Herbert.
Good evening, board members. My name is Julius Abanis, and I am heartened to hear from Superintendent Maldonado that there are no plans to close Santa Barbara Community Academy. It means a lot to the community. I've toured that facility, and rather than closing it, I was envisioning actually adding more resources to it, because it seems to fulfill a need in the community for self-determination. When I toured that campus with my children, I observed a sense of community, a sense of place, as you heard from the speakers. The children want to be there. There are forces nationally that are forcing budget cuts and resource cuts so as to force closures of facilities such as the academy. I would urge you to seriously consider in the future resisting all attempts to close that facility. It's very important to the community, and as a black person, I am here standing 10 toes down for my Latino brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, yes, we'll have Casey Gordon, Chris Herbert, and then, let's see, now Leah Diaz. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Casey Gordon, and I'm here tonight as a parent of a Harding kindergarten student. And I'm here on behalf of many Westside families who are deeply concerned about the lack of accessible after-school care and the growing enrollment waitlist at Harding Elementary. Over the past several years, many families intentionally chose to invest in our neighborhood school. We enrolled our children at Harding because we believed in strengthening our community and helping the school grow. We made that commitment in good faith, expecting the district would be prepared to support the increase in enrollment. Instead, many working families are left without viable child care options, and some families cannot even enroll their children right now due to the wait list. My husband and I both work full-time. When my son enrolled in TK, I quickly discovered that there was almost no realistic after-school care options. I had to transport him across town every afternoon. Many Harding families have faced similar struggles all year this year. Meanwhile, programs like RAP are available at other schools, not at Harding. We're asking the district to urgently expand after-school care access at Harding, explore partnerships with existing programs, clarify why RAP is unavailable, and create long-term staffing plan that reflects this increased enrollment. Thank you.
It's impossible. Can't be right. That can't happen. This is the conversations I keep on hearing around the neighborhood with other Harding parents. When I tell them our situation, that our son won't be able to go to his neighborhood school, despite his siblings being there. Been a Harding parent 5 years, some there 5 years, 3 years with my daughter. It's been amazing. And we're looking forward to those 2 special years where they'll all be together in the same school. Walking past the little garden that we put together with other Harding Westside communities, planting native plants, that time together. Been realizing that that might not happen. And I keep on going back, how can this happen? Everyone asks and I say, I don't know. I know I've seen it to my son, to the siblings. I just don't know how it's possible. So my ask is keep our family together at Harding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll have, let's see, Naulin Diaz, followed by Brianna Serrato, and then, Gina. And if Gina could state her last name when she comes up. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marlene. I've been part of AHA for the past 3 years. I would like to express exactly how AHA was able to shape me and who I am today during those 3 crucial years. Before I joined AHA, I was dealing with severe depression and quite honestly an even more severe case of self-hatred. I've always been known as an untroubled, unconcerned child. I've learned that holding in emotions, thoughts, dreams even, was rewarded by being praised for being such an easy child. This is something that many people of any age have struggled with. This mindset was prevalent in my life until AHA. AHA helped me change that very mindset. They've helped me in ways I never knew were possible. As I went through groups from being on a farm, tending to chickens, to playing on the beach, making summer memories, and even singing on stage in front of an abundance of people, I grew something that I had never felt before. I had an appreciation for my life. I felt alive and present. This feeling and opportunity is something I truly believe many kids never get to feel, but AHA provided exactly what I've been hoping for. To drive home exactly how impactful and beautiful this program is, I want to express that last month was the first time I've ever cried in front of people, let alone, and I felt safe enough to cry in front of anyone. I would like to end this and extend the warmth and confidence they offered me exactly 3 years ago, connecting our spaces and letting you know I see you as you see me, just as I did.
Thank you very much. I think at this point we will hold for a time-certain presentation. This is item G1, the DEMLAC recommendations. Dr. Maldonado, will you please introduce the item and the presenters?
I will ask Dr. Deborah Martinez to come on up. Dr. Deborah Martinez is our Director of Equity and English Learners, Emergent Multilingual Learners. She has been working diligently with our DEMLAC parents, which represent most of our schools, if not all of our schools, and they have a structure that has an executive committee that works with Dr. Martinez to annually bring forward to this board the recommendations. Welcome, Dr. Martinez.
Good evening, Dr. Maldonado, President Banning, and board members and the community members. It is my honor to introduce to you the executive team tonight who have prepared board recommendations for the 26-27 actions. We can go to the next slide. I want to introduce, we do have the executive team present who will be sharing with you those recommendations. We have Co-President Patricia Garcia, who was elected this year, Co-Presidente Arturo Valentin, who was elected this year, and Secretary Norma Carlos, similarly elected this year, and Parliamentarian Mayra Oseguera, who completes her second year this year, and Advisory Officer Viridiana Victoria, who serves as an advisory for the first year, was prior secretary for the last 2 years. And just to orient the community, the DEMLAC consists of the executive board plus a representative from each school, and that comprises the DEMLAC committee. Before I go into the 4 recommendations or the overview of the 4 recommendations, I want to just share that DEMLAC serves as this important platform for multilingual learner families leaders, which is a representative from each school, to learn about the educational system, including programs and services and structures that support emergent multilingual learners. There are cyclical topics that are presented to them annually, and that is intentional for them to have a good sense of key elements that really shape and impact the education of emergent multilingual learners. Through that process, they learn about the system and how to provide informed input so that they can be advocates and obviously be the voice of their children. And through that process, the executive team does learn a lot about school governance and how to facilitate the general meeting. They have done a phenomenal job facilitating the meeting as, co-president, secretary, and parliamentarian. And that in itself is an achievement just to be able to do that effectively, which they have. And then obviously, in the meeting, we have presentations that help them gain knowledge about the school system and then have their ability to exercise their opinions, feedback, and input. Tonight, we are going to present to you 4 recommendations, and you can see them there in the slide. The first one is LP goals and monitoring. This is something that they feel strongly about, having a more consistent and robust way to be transparent as to what those goals are at each school site and also at the district level. The second recommendation is, as you can see there, robust newcomer onboarding and 4th through 12th, and they will share with you details. But what they acknowledge is that there are some systems in place, and their recommendation is that it just becomes a little more robust. And the third recommendation, as you can see there, is secondary services innovation. And the last one, they're really advocating for tutoring and a learning lab. So with that, I will hand it over to our co-president, Patricia Garcia, if you can come on over.
Buenas noches, Presidente Bani, Superintendente Doctora Hilda Maldonado, miembros de la mesa directiva y a todos los presentes esta noche.
Good evening, President Banning, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, members of the board, and everyone present here tonight.
Mi nombre es Patricia García y tengo el honor de servir como copresidenta de DEMLAC. Quisiera comenzar expresando mi más sincero agradecimiento por brindarnos la oportunidad de hablar en nombre de nuestros estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
My name is Patricia Garcia, and I have the honor of serving as a co-president for the DEMLAC, and I would like to begin expressing our most sincere gratitude for allowing us this opportunity to speak on behalf of our EML students.
Ser parte de este comité como miembro ejecutivo nos ha dado la oportunidad invaluable de profundizar en el conocimiento del funcionamiento del sistema educativo.
Being part of this committee as an executive member has given us the opportunity to learn in a deep way the knowledge and the way things work here in the educational system.
Como miembros hemos desarrollado las habilidades necesarias para liderar comités de manera inclusiva.
So as members, we've developed the skills necessary to lead committees in an inclusive way.
De acuerdo a nuestros estatutos, adquirimos un compromiso de 2 años, después de los cuales cedemos espacio a otros madres, padres o tutores.
According to our bylaws, we are elected for a commitment of 2 years. And after that, we allow other parents, mothers, fathers, and also guardians to participate.
Este proceso garantiza una rotación continua de liderazgo con el objetivo de fomentar la participación activa de más familias en colaboración con líderes escolares para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes multilingües en todo el distrito.
And so this process guarantees a rotation of continued leadership with the goal of creating more participation, active participation on behalf of families, to be able to collaborate with our school leaders in order to support our multilingual students throughout the district.
Antes de presentar nuestras recomendaciones, queremos reconocer el progreso que han logrado nuestros estudiantes multilingües emergentes, particularmente en los resultados de LPAC, tal como se refleja en el tablero de California a través del indicador LP.
So before beginning our presentation with our recommendations, we would like to recognize the progress that our EML students have achieved, specifically the results from the LPAC, as it is shown in the dashboard through the LP indicator.
Recientemente celebramos los logros de Harding University Partnership, Washington Elementary y la Cumbre Junior High por haber alcanzado el nivel azul en LP.
So recently we celebrated the achievements of Harding University Partnership, Washington Elementary, and La Cumbre Junior High for having reached the blue level with the LP.
También reconocemos a McKellen Elementary y Cleveland Elementary por lograr un aumento de 10 puntos porcentuales del 2024 al 2025, así como Dos Pueblos High School para mantener el nivel verde durante 2 años consecutivos.
We would also like to recognize McKinley Elementary School and Cleveland Elementary for reaching 10 points, increasing 10 points, percentage points from 2024 to 2025. And also Dos Pueblos High School for maintaining their green level for 2 consecutive years.
Al mismo tiempo debemos fortalecer nuestros esfuerzos del cálculo LP, tanto al nivel escolar como distrital, ya que este indicador es un fuerte predictor del desempeño en otras evaluaciones estatales.
So also, we would like to continue strengthening our efforts for reaching the LP score at a school level, also at the district level, because this is an indicator and a strong predictor of the performance in other areas that are evaluated at the state level.
Nuestra primera recomendación de parte de DEMBLA es que todas las escuelas propongan un aumento anual mínimo de 5 puntos porcentuales con una meta a largo plazo de que el 51% más de los estudiantes multilingües emergentes demuestren progresos en LP.
So our first DEMLAC recommendation is that all schools propose an increase annually of a minimum of 5 percentage points with the goal long-term of having 51% or more of multilingual emergent students showing progress in the LP.
Asimismo, reconocemos la continua inversión del distrito en la formación docente, particularmente en el LD integrado y en la capacitación del currículo de LD en las secundarias, lo cual ha fortalecido la capacidad de los educadores en el salón de clases para trabajar con los estudiantes multilingües emergentes.
And also, we would like to recognize the continued investment on behalf of the district in professional development for our teachers, specifically in the ELD integrated portion, where we allow the teachers to learn about the curriculum for ELD, and this is at the secondary level. And this has really strengthened the capacity of all of our educators in the classroom to be able to work with our emergent multilingual students.
También queremos expresar nuestro sincero agradecimiento por la implementación del Plan Maestro para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes, el cual refleja un fuerte compromiso con el éxito de nuestros estudiantes.
We would also like to express great gratitude for the implementation of the master plan for emergent multilingual students, and that's a reflection of your strong commitment in order to have all of our students be successful.
Ahora le paso la palabra a mi compañera Mayra Oseguera.
And now I will hand it over to my colleague, Mayra Oseguera.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Mayra Oseguera y soy el parlamentario de nuestro comité de DIMBLAC y madre de un estudiante que atiende a la escuela de McKinley, orgullosa del crecimiento que hemos tenido este año.
Good evening. My name is Mayra Oseguera. I'm the parliamentarian for the DEMLAC committee and also the mother of a student at McKinley, and I'm really proud of all the growth that we've made this year.
Como mencionó Patricia, celebramos el progreso mencionado y la implementación del Plan Maestro para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes. Con este mismo compromiso, nos gustaría presentar respetuosamente 3 recomendaciones más.
So like Patricia mentioned, we would like to celebrate the progress that she just talked about and also the implementation of the master plan for emergent multilingual students. And with that same commitment, we would like to present 3 more recommendations.
Tener metas claras para estudiantes multilingües emergentes y recién llegados.
Recommendation number 2 is having clear goals for emergent multilingual students and the recent arrivals.
Y esto es con fortalecer la implementación del capítulo 1 del Plan Maestro mediante el diseño y un proceso integral coherente y equitativo para apoyar a los estudiantes recién llegados en el grado 4 del 4º al 12º grado.
The request is to really strengthen the implementation of Chapter 1 of the Master Plan through design and a really comprehensive process that is fair and equitable to be able to support all of the students that are recent arrivals in grades 4 through 12.
Las familias de estudiantes multilingües emergentes deben recibir orientación clara y oportuna en cuanto estén disponibles los resultados iniciales del LPAC.
Families of emergent multilingual students should receive a clear orientation and a timely orientation with regards to the results, the initial results of the LPAC, as soon as these are available.
Esta orientación debe asegurar que comprenden que su estudiante participará en el LPAC de manera continua y que se espera un crecimiento anual en el LP.
So this orientation should make sure that parents understand that the student will participate in the LPAC continually, like every year the student will take the LPAC, and that we hope to see a growth, an annual growth in the LP score.
Recomendamos implementar de manera oportuna las intervenciones de adquisición de lenguaje y lectura y un continuo monitoreo del progreso.
And so we would like to recommend that we implement in a timely manner the interventions to have students acquire the language, and also interventions for reading and having continual monitoring of their progress.
Lo que estamos buscando es que cuando los padres reciben la notificación de que su estudiante ha sido elegido como un aprendiente de inglés, entiendan que son participantes del LPAC y que van a continuar ahí hasta que sean reclasificados.
So what we want to achieve with this recommendation is to make sure that as soon as students are identified as emergent multilingual students, that parents be notified that their student is going to be taking the LPAC every year until they score a high enough score where they then become reclassified.
Lo que también esto alinearía que los padres se involucraran más en nuestro comité de IMBLAC, en sus escuelas y en nuestros DIMBLACs.
And I think this would also help parents be more involved in their committees, their MLAC committees at their schools, and also the DEMLAC.
Los enlaces familiares apoyarán a las familias para asegurarse de identificar posibles barreras que puedan estar afectando el desarrollo escolar del estudiante.
We would also like for the family engagement liaisons to support families and to make sure that they identify any possible barrier that could be affecting the development of that student.
Lo que buscamos con esto es que conozcan las familias que están recibiendo en su escuela, que entiendan las necesidades y cómo los podemos apoyar de la mejor manera.
So the goal of this would be to make sure that the family engagement liaisons really get to know the families at their school and really help them identify barriers and provide solutions.
Además, sugerimos un mejor alineamiento en la comprensión de que el inglés debe enseñarse de manera explícita, junto con el desarrollo de la lectura, y que las traducciones al español deben utilizarse como un apoyo temporal y no como el principal medio de acceso a la instrucción.
And also, we want to make sure that educators are better aligned with understanding that English should be taught in a very explicit manner, along with the development of reading and writing, and that translations into Spanish should only be used as a temporary support, not as the main point of access of instruction.
Como padre inmigrante y aprendiente de inglés, sé que eso es un reto, pero sí se puede aprender el idioma si estamos expuestos constantemente y solo utilizamos las traducciones como soporte.
And so as an immigrant English learner parent, I understand that that can be a real challenge, but I also know that it's a way for us to really be able to learn the language. Even though it's hard, it's doable, and we want to just use the translations as a temporary support in order for us to get through that process.
Ahora le paso la palabra a mi compañera Norma Carlos, que es nuestra secretaria del DILAP. Gracias.
And now I will hand it over to Norma Carlos, who is the secretary for our DEMLAC committee. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Sí, mi nombre es Norma Carlos, secretaria del Comité DEMLAC y madre de estudiantes en la Escuela Adams.
Good evening. My name is Norma Carlos. I am the secretary of the DEMLAC committee and mother of students at Adams Elementary.
Recomendación número 3, materiales electivas en la secundaria.
Recommendation number 3, and this recommendation is about electives at the secondary level.
Hemos aprendido que a nivel secundaria los estudiantes multilingües emergentes a menudo no cuentan con el espacio en su horario para cursar materiales electivas.
So we have learned that at the secondary level, students who are emergent multilingual students often do not have space in their schedule to be able to take an elective.
Ya que el ELD es un requisito para apoyar el desarrollo del inglés y la reclasificación.
And that's because the ELD class is a requirement in order to support students in their English development and for them to get reclassified.
Sin embargo, solicitamos y recomendamos que las escuelas secundarias exploren formas creativas de ofrecer experiencias similares a las electivas para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes mediante las colaboraciones intencionales, tales como coenseñanza entre docentes del ELD y educadores de áreas artísticas.
So, however, we ask and we recommend that schools, specifically secondary schools, explore different creative ways of offering similar experiences to those that those elective courses offer for multilingual students. And this could be through collaborations, very intentional collaborations, like having co-teaching opportunities between teachers that teach ELD and educators from different creative artistic areas.
Por ejemplo, música y artes visuales, manteniendo siempre un enfoque claro en la adquisición del idioma.
Some examples could be like music classes or visual arts, always maintaining the focus on acquiring the language through that.
Esto requeriría una revisión del horario maestro para apoyar oportunidades de aprendizaje integrado que permitan a los estudiantes beneficiarse tanto del ELD designado como de experiencias enriquecidas tipo electivas.
So this would require a review of the master schedule in order to support opportunities for integrated learning that would allow EML students to gain the benefit from the designated ELD and also having those elective type of courses.
A medida que las escuelas secundarias implementan un día de 7 periodos, este tema debe ser revisado nuevamente para asegurar que se eliminen la desigualdad a los estudiantes multilingües emergentes y puedan aprovechar plenamente las oportunidades de aprendizaje.
As secondary schools are implementing a 7-period day, this topic should be reviewed again in order to assure that we eliminate any kind of inequity and to make sure that emergent multilingual students also have the opportunity and can take advantage fully of those opportunities offered at their school.
Muchas gracias y ahora le paso la palabra a mi compañero Arturo Valentín.
Thank you very much, and now I will hand it over to my colleague Arturo Valentín.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Arturo Valentín, copresidente del comité DEMLAC y padre de un estudiante de Santa Bárbara Community Academy.
Good evening. My name is Arturo Valentín. I am co-president of the DEMLAC committee and father of a student at Santa Barbara Community Academy.
Recomendación número 4. Centros de aprendizajes y apoyo de tutores.
Recommendation number 4, learning centers and support with tutoring.
Otra necesidad importante que han expresado muchos padres es la creación de centros de aprendizaje y apoyo de tutores, más allá de depender de que los maestros ofrezcan tutoría después del horario escolar.
Another need that has been identified by many parents is having learning centers where there's support with tutoring, something that goes beyond depending on having teachers offering tutoring after school or during lunch.
Aunque estamos profundamente agradecidos por la disposición de los docentes para apoyar a los estudiantes fuera de la jornada escolar, hemos observado que este no es un enfoque sistemático que garantice el apoyo adicional que los estudiantes necesitan de manera consistente.
And we really appreciate deeply the fact that a lot of teachers are willing to tutor students outside of their regular work hours. And so we have also observed that doing it this way is not focusing in a systemic way to make sure that we have the additional support that all students need in a consistent way.
Esta necesidad requeriría la colaboración con una agencia externa especializada en este tipo de servicios o la creación de un programa oficial, como un centro de aprendizaje, donde los tutores estén disponibles de 5 a 6 días a la semana, incluyendo los fines de semana, para apoyar a las familias que enfrentan dificultades para acompañar a sus estudiantes debido a las barreras lingüísticas o brechas académicas propias.
And so this need would require a collaboration with perhaps an external agency that specializes in this type of service, or maybe creating an official program, maybe like a learning center where tutors would be available from 5 to 6 days per week, including weekends, in order to support families that face difficulties to be able to accompany their students, sometimes because of language barriers or even knowledge barriers.
El objetivo con esta recomendación es establecer un lugar oficial donde los estudiantes puedan encontrar un lugar para estudiar, hacer proyectos, tareas y que puedan encontrar un apoyo alineado con el currículo del distrito, en el cual ellos puedan llegar sin hacer cita en un horario flexible.
And the goal of this recommendation is to establish a place, like an official place, where students could go and find a place to study or to finish projects or do their homework, in a place where they would have support from people that know the district curriculum and also where they could just drop in and be able to get help without having to make an appointment. So having a flexible schedule for that tutoring support.
Antes de pasar la palabra a mi compañera Viridiana, quisiera reconocer el liderazgo de la doctora Martínez.
And so before handing it off to my colleague, Viridiana Victoria, I would like to recognize the work of Dr. Martinez.
Ella ha sido una maestra para mí durante ese tiempo y he aprendido mucho bajo su liderazgo.
She has been a teacher for me, and I've learned a lot under her leadership.
Y sin duda alguna hemos tenido muchos desacuerdos por ideas diferentes.
And without a doubt, we've had disagreements because we have different ideas on different things.
Pero ella siempre tuvo la disposición de escucharme y llegar a un punto donde los dos estuviéramos de acuerdo.
But she was always willing to listen to my point of view so that we could reach a consensus.
Es un ejemplo nosotros dos de que con comunicación nosotros podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
So I believe that this is an example of how if we are willing to communicate and to listen to each other, we can really achieve great things for our children.
Ahora le paso la palabra a mi compañera Viridiana Victoria. Gracias.
So now I will hand it over to my colleague Viridiana Victoria. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Viridiana Victoria, soy asesora del comité DEMLA y madre de una alumna de la Colina Junior High.
Good evening, my name is Viridiana, and I am currently one of the assistants for the committee, the DEMLA committee, and also the mother of a student at La Colina Junior High.
Para cerrar, DEMLA nos sirve como una plataforma para aprender sobre el sistema escolar y las estructuras, a través de las cuales podemos presentar recomendaciones formales y aportar comentarios a los planes principales del distrito a lo largo del año, como el Plan SIM, el Plan de Continuidad de Aprendizaje y el LCAP.
So in closing, DEMLAC for us really serves as a platform so that we can learn all about the school system and the structures through which we can present recommendations and have formal recommendations, and also give comments on plans that really guide our district throughout the year, like the SIM plan, the plan for continuity of learning, and the LCAP.
Reconocemos que seguimos necesitando capacitación continua. Estamos agradecidos por la oportunidad de desarrollar nuestras habilidades de aprendizaje como padres y seguiremos participando como miembros en este comité con respeto y colaboración.
And we also recognize the need for continued learning and continued professional development. And we're really grateful for the opportunity to be able to develop our own skills, our own leadership skills as parents. And we will continue participating as members of this committee with respect and collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes our report and recommendations from DEMLAC.
We do have one public comment on this item.
Yes, I'd like to call York Chingle. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm York Shingle, President of Santa Barbara Teachers Association. I love these recommendations, and I hope the district prioritizes funds to bring teachers together with parents to implement them. I know Cleveland had, and maybe still does, a really thorough intake welcome system for new parents, especially of newcomers. So let's not reinvent the wheel, but let's see what sites are already doing. The idea of electives integrated in ALD classes is a really great idea. Santa Barbara Junior High is doing some really great work around it. It should be encouraged and strengthened. It's going to provide really rich language opportunities for students with really meaningful interactions. And it's going to take a lot of collaboration and work on the part of the teachers. I know they're down for it, but make sure you think of how that will be compensated, productive, and systematic. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have the opportunity for questions and comments from our board members. Trustee Beal?
So I have a question and comment kind of roll into one. So this is my third round of listening to the DEMLAC presentation at the end of the year. And the first year there were suggestions. The second year everybody was busy with the master plan, which was really years in the making and I think a very complete plan. And I had asked at that session, how are we going to implement it? And I'm hearing at this meeting that there has been implementation with success, and I'm very happy to hear that. It looks like it is the end product of all the work. The question I have is, now we're hearing a presentation about further recommendations. So this is the end of the school year, and there will be a beginning of the school year in September. And there's always turnover in parents because students graduate. So what is the plan to look at these recommendations, see what is realistic, and work with our DEMLAC leadership to maybe close out this year and say, what can we do? And to start the next year already with a plan to move forward on what is realistic to accomplish. We did hear from York Shingle that this elective integration is being done at Santa Barbara Junior High, and we have this opportunity. We were presented with a plan for 7-period electives in the junior high. I feel like we have opportunity to do a lot of things. And so I'm curious about how we move forward from these recommendations at the end of the year, going into the beginning of next year with a new group of parents and a new group of officers.
So one of the things that is in motion is that the goals that principals have set for their success as far as their recommendation for a 5%. So that would be something that we can revisit with principals and see where they're at and how, if they did indeed establish a 5% or how that's realistic depending on the site. That would be one thing that's can be easily circled back on. When it comes to a newcomer intake, there are pieces in place, and strengthening would be something that we can also further explore and then collaborate with Ed Services to ensure that there are systems in place in all secondary schools. There are some things in place, but I think what the DEMLAC is asking is more interpersonal intake. That is really what they're asking, more interpersonal intake, and engaging and listening to our FELs would be one of the ways that we can do that as well. I am going to defer to Dr. Wilson when it comes to the electives, because I know that it would involve a layered process too.
I'm not actually asking about how we are going to do the electives. I'm talking about the process of taking comments, and if they are happening at a specific school, how are we going to discuss it with all schools? And there are recommendations that may take time to implement, but how do we respond to that? How do we respond to these specific comments and say, this we can do now, this we can work on, this one we'll have to put on a future board because it costs money or we don't have the capacity right now, and keep that conversation going as we have new leadership and as a new year starts. And so what I'm saying as a board member is I don't want to necessarily hear the same comments every year. I want to hear that we've resolved them in some way, we're working on them, we are thinking about it, we have a plan for it, or we've already done it. So that's the year-to-year conversation. I hope to be on this board another 2 years at least. So I think I have 2 more of these presentations to listen to. So I would like to see forward movement. I feel like there has been, but I think now with the EML master plan, there's really a lot driving that forward movement. And it's about the conversation we have. We had a SBTA leadership say something. We had DEMLAC parents and representatives say something. We have our leadership. So how do all these 3 groups talk to each other to make sure things happen? That's my question.
We do have a DEMLAC meeting coming up, so that would be a way to revisit this conversation and then utilizing those platforms to continue to inform parents.
And unfortunately, I'm not going to be at that last meeting, but that's exactly what I think is the end of the year meeting should be a recap and a discussion, and really maybe prioritizing what we can work on right away, even over the summer, and then a recap when we come back in the fall about what has been done and what it needs to be done. So, yes, thank you. Thank you.
I think you're bringing up also a very important challenge that is a reality that I don't want to be lost. There is this changeover of DEMLAC parents, and I think what I hear you saying is how do we keep that thread? Because we also know that the new group of parents may identify new things. So I think it's that continuity that you're asking for, and I don't know if we have continuity of these DEMLAC parents next year. So I think that'll be determined, and we can certainly try to keep that, because every year we're having to, for lack of a better word, train parents on all their own Roberts Rule, their Green Act committee. But I think that the accountability part will fall on our Ed Services staff to continue to keep that thread through as we do have the changeover of DEMLAC parents. So I hear that very clearly, and I think that's something that I see Dr. Wilson stood up, so I know that's something we can guarantee that we will carry through from this year to next year.
So on May 9th, Dr. Maldonado and I and leadership, we were able to attend the EML mini conference that had 6 sessions on how EML works in our schools and also on how engagement. So I went to 3 engagement sessions, and that happened at the end of the year, and it was wonderful. It was the first time we had the conference, and the first thing I thought is this actually needs to happen at the beginning of the year, because it really talks about what happens in the classroom and also what can happen at home. So here we are starting this process, and this is where we capture parents who are starting to understand what is involved in that. And so I would say even having that happen sooner would be a good idea.
Other comments or questions? Trustee Caffrey?
First off, I just want to say thank you so much to the DEMLAC parents for the huge amount of work and very thoughtful recommendations. So thank you. It is enormously helpful to the board and our students. So thank you very much for your work. My first question is understanding, I'm incredibly excited about 7th period day. My question is, at the high school level, basically with our current scheduling, do emerging multilingual students have sufficient electives to have this kind of integrated electives now that we've reduced the number of periods in the day? I'm sorry, not periods, but basically course takes. Thank you.
Because their space is allocated for the designated ELD, they wouldn't have the space to take the elective. And I think what they're advocating for is finding other creative ways to have either enrichment or a collaboration so that they would have elective-like experiences.
I see, but yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
So yes, they have a designated ALD course, but because of the 8-period day, essentially, or not 8-period day, but the block schedule and 8 course takes potentially across the year, depending on their grade span. So for freshmen, sophomores, and then fewer for juniors, seniors, there still is room and space for electives. The challenge and the recommendation is, can we infuse the ALD class with some elective-like experiences? So make them maybe even more engaging and enhancing them with theater arts. And that would require a lot, that would be very, I think, more time intensive to actually do that type of combination the higher you go up. So junior high, potentially easier, but more difficult, I think, as you get into the high school space, because of, I think, there's credentialing, and then there is just the ability to enhance the ALD course with that specialized type of teaching. Not impossible, but would take a lot of planning to do.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So my next question is about the recommendation for tutoring, and I'm curious if that is K through 12, and if we are doing intervention during the school day, additional intervention for emerging multilingual students, and whether tutoring would be on top of that.
So there are opportunities for elementary schools that they do have tutoring or intervention, whether it's twice a week or 4 times a week, depending on the school. Some schools don't have the teacher after school opportunity, but they do have. They all have AOK, so AOK has a tutoring component, but it does vary from school to school. And at the secondary, they have peak tutoring, so all kids are welcome to go to peak tutoring.
Trustee Escobedo?
Our intake process, is it uniform across each of our schools? I recall hearing about a program at San Marcos High School where they put on a orientation for new parents, and it seemed like it had a more in-person, personalized approach to it. Do we have uniform intake across the district, and how are we going to scale the things that are in line with this recommendation?
We have uniform intake when it comes to the assessment and when it comes to identifying their placement. We have our family engagement liaisons were trained on something called Project to Inspire. And that was a couple years ago. So they have that uniformity in where there are 3 modules that they offer for parents. And so one of those modules has to do with welcoming to the American school system. How they do that, each school and when they do that varies. San Marcos, what they did is they folded in some of those modules in their existing program. So their program is a little more robust when it comes to intake. So there has been some improvement, but there is still room for a more robust intake process.
So as you look towards fulfilling these recommendations, and we'll just focus on intake, are you going to do kind of a query of what is happening at each school site, and then finding out what works really well and maybe scaling it to other schools? Is that?
Yes, and we also offered a survey that was part of the master plan, chapter 1, that was recommended for schools to use. And there are variations there as to using their existing one or using the one that we recommended. So that would be something that we can streamline so that it has a more of a uniform process. And who conducts that would also be a little more uniform, that's what the parents are asking.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Munoz, do you have questions?
Yes, I have more of a comment. Is that okay? And I wanted to know if I could have it translated so that I could speak to the parents directly. Okay. Thank you. It's not too long. Okay. Quiero decir que felicito a los estudiantes, sus padres o guardianes por los logros que han tenido.
I would like to congratulate the students and their families and the parents for the achievements that they have.
Y también a los líderes de DEMLAC y los padres de cada escuela que organizan a los padres ahí en las escuelas elementarias y secundarias.
And also I would like to recognize the parents from the DEMLAC, but also all the other parents from the other committees at the school sites.
Les agradezco poder asistir y participar en las juntas del comité DEMLAC y también reconozco que en sus escuelas en particular.
And so I would also like to thank all of you for welcoming me and attending your meetings for the DEMLAC, and also thank you to all of the committees for the MLAC at the school sites.
Estoy de acuerdo con las recomendaciones y especialmente la bienvenida a los estudiantes nuevos y sus padres. Esto puede ayudar a aumentar la participación. Estoy de acuerdo con las recomendaciones de la bienvenida a los estudiantes nuevos y sus padres.
So I agree with the recommendation of welcoming the new students and the recent arrivals along with their families.
Esto puede ayudar a aumentar la participación de padres de familia para continuar el DEMLAC fuerte que tenemos y también, como estaban diciendo más temprano, de los padres de familia de cuando los estudiantes ya gradúan.
And this can support bringing in more families to participate in the DEMLAC and participate as part of the process. If we welcome parents and families, then families will then come to our meetings as well.
Y agradezco el excelente reporte y lista de recomendaciones, tanto como el esfuerzo de doctora Martínez.
And so I want to thank you for the report and thank you for the recommendations and thank you for Dr. Martinez's work and effort in this.
Les aseguro que sus esfuerzos, liderazgo y dedicación hacen la diferencia.
And I assure you that your effort, your leadership and dedication makes a difference.
Estamos con ustedes y tienen mi apoyo y pido perdón que demos un aplauso.
And we are with you, and you count with my support, and I would ask for a round of applause.
Do board members have other questions? Other comments? Okay. Okay. Trustee Caffrey, please.
Thank you. And I was remiss to not say thank you so much, Dr. Martinez, for your leadership and your willingness to work so collaboratively. It sounds like it has been a very positive experience. So thank you very much for all of your work. So my comment is basically, I have a couple of comments. One is that I feel like the recommendation to have clear goals for DEMLAC students and progress monitoring is totally aligned with what we as a board have been talking about. And basically, I think we have made great strides forwards under when you were president, Escobedo's leadership, having broad priority areas, but really, I think that the next step is we need to have more specific goals at the board level and then monitor progress. So that right now, basically, we're not doing that for any groups, and I think it is exactly, that's a governance piece that really aligns very well with what our DEMLAC parents are saying. So that's basically my first point, and related to that, I ask, in December we agreed as a board that we would get board coaching to help us improve our governance practices, and so I ask to agendize bringing that contract to the board in June.
There's a process for doing that.
Yeah.
This is off topic for
Well,
this
so I
topic.
have requested it by email, and so now I'm verbally requesting it, but I can also request it at the end of the meeting. Yeah.
Trustee Escobedo, do you have comments?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just want to say thank you to the DEMLAC parents, and it's a lot of work that you all put in and in these recommendations, and it shows. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. I'm fully supportive of these. It doesn't have to be an agendized meeting, but I would like to hear more about the embedding electives into ELD and what that could look like. If it is happening at Santa Barbara Junior High, I just want a little bit more information just about what it looks like to scale. I hear you, Dr. Wilson, in saying it's not impossible, but there are some challenges, it sounds like, and just want to hear a little bit more about what those are.
All right. Yes.
Yes, and the one part I was seeing my notes here is that about like consistency with after-school tutoring at the elementary level would also be helpful so that we make sure that all of our students get the support that they need. Thank you.
Can you assure me that your comments are relevant
basically,
to this topic?
This is highly relevant because what DEMLAC parents are asking is to have specific goals, achievement goals around student achievement for their students and for progress monitoring of those goals. And so that is directly related to how the board moves our district forward by setting specific goals, including for marginalized students, including English language learners. So basically what what I take from these 4 recommendations is how do we make them actionable? And one big piece is board goals. Then I wonder, to Trustee Beal's point, does the board accept these recommendations and give direction to the superintendent that we are having them institutionalized in the master plan? Basically, how does it become an actual, how does it go from recommendations to action? So that's my question for you, President Banning.
Trustee Munoz?
I would like to comment that, let's see, and I'm not sure, I'm just trying to focus here, is that in terms of coaching for board governance, we are going to be having some changes at the end of the year, and I thought we had discussed doing that further when we have a new board sitting. However, I know that's
I want to
off
stop the
topic.
conversation because it has veered away from the topic at hand, which is the DEMLAC report. I think we've had comments and questions, so I'm going to bring this item to a close with my. I'm going to bring this item to a close with my comments of thanks to the DEMLAC and to the parents that are here. You are a model of what parental engagement is. We should be proud of the work that you're doing, and I appreciate the strong work and guidance from the district in cooperation with you. And thank you very much to staff for the presentation and bringing forward these goals and reports. Thank you. We will move on to actually at this point we move back to public comment. So this is public comment on non-agenda items. We will continue with the 1-minute limit on those. Thank you.
Okay, so we will have Brianna Serrato, and then Gina and Kristen Arntz will follow.
Okay, I was outside, sorry. I thought I heard my name. Hello again. My name is Brianna Serrato, and I'm parent rep of numerous committees for both La Cumbre Junior High and Santa Barbara Community Academy. Before closed session, there were numerous comments about the lack of transparency and gaslighting of parents by district admin with the recent meetings at SBCA. We have been assured that any discussions of school closure will have lots of opportunities for open discussion. As you can see by the strong outpouring of parents and staff from SBCA, we have little faith in this actually happening. The strong sentiment is the split principal plan and reduction of office staff are the start of a semi-hidden agenda to close our beloved school after next year. Combining SBCA with Cleveland is the same as closing it. Despite the amazing work that is being done at both of these sites, especially for students with IEPs, they are constantly having to do more with less compared to their counterparts. Despite board discussions to limit transfers to La Colina, word is an additional 30 spots will be opening. Quite interesting how La Cumbre is currently projected to be over the 450 student threshold for a dean next year, yet will most likely be below it if those spots are opened. Also, how is it every secondary school but La Cumbre were included in the tech survey? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have Gina, Christine Arts, and then Joel Block.
Gina, she had to leave, so she's not
Okay,
here.
and are you?
I'm Kristen Arns.
Kristen, okay, perfect.
Thank you. Hi, I am a Harding School parent and West Side resident. My oldest son currently attends Harding, and tonight I'm here because my future kindergartner has been waitlisted from our neighborhood school for next year. We love our school and feel incredibly lucky to be part of such a supportive, connected, and caring school community. Currently, there are at least 7 families that I'm aware of waitlisted for kindergarten at Harding, many of whom have children already attending the school. These are neighborhood families who expected their children would attend the public school alongside their siblings. What is especially confusing and frustrating is that Harding currently has 3 TK classes this year that would naturally transition into kindergarten next year, yet only 2 kindergarten classes are being planned. I also know there are additional neighborhood families who have not yet registered, as well as many transfer requests coming from outside attendance areas. Despite this, I was told by Human Resources at the school district that an additional kindergarten class is not being added. Because my son is not technically enrolled, he is also not being considered for AOK after school care, which our family desperately needs. This situation has been devastating for our family. Harding is not just a school to us, it is our community. We walk to school every day, our children's friends are there, and our lives are built around this neighborhood and this school. I'm asking the district to please do the right thing and expand kindergarten capacity at Harding to accommodate the neighborhood students who belong there. These
Thank
families.
you. Thank you.
Okay, so after Joel Block, it will be Maya Gomez and Ellen Kokinka.
Good evening. I highly recommend that the board and the district create a new metric to determine success of Alta Vista Independent Study, as the data currently used is misleading and does not mesh with what we are actually accomplishing. First, attendance. Under state law, AVA is required to take attendance solely based on completion of work by the assignment's due date. In other words, a student could attend school every day, turn in his assignment a day late, and receive 0 attendance. At IEP meetings, reports often reflect an attendance issue, yet the student is passing all classes. It's even more problematic for students with accommodations, which consists of over 37% of our students who are either SPED or 504, and yet state law does not allow us to take that into account when giving attendance credit, and the graduation rate is not taken into account. 2 groups of students: those who get to graduation in their 5th year, and those who attend our school for multiple years, do well, transfer back to their home school in their last term to graduate with their friends and family. And every year we have between 5 and 10 of those students.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Block. If you have further comments, will you email them to the board, please? Thank you.
So we will have Maya Gomez, Ellen, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Kokinda, and then John Dan.
Good evening. I'm Maya Gomez, a resident of the West Side and prospective parent at Harding Elementary. I have a 5-year-old, and I walk by Harding almost every day, and it has this beautiful, robust community garden that the community spent $400,000 on. And I've heard all of this anxiety in my community about this wait list of kindergartners and only 2 classrooms. And it makes no sense why we would have a beautiful early elementary garden and only limited to 2 kindergarten classrooms. We have a changing principal, and we need to set him up for success. So please fill it with 3 kindergarten teachers, preferably who are versed in early childhood education and well-rooted in outdoor education. That is my request of the board and the administration, and to also just have a plan for the resources that the community does provide. There's also $2 million in community funding, and Harding is one of those schools that didn't have a lot of enrollment, but if you build it, we will come, and we are here, and we would love to have our school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ellen Kokinda. I'm a West Side resident and a parent of a TKer at Harding. Good to see everyone. I'm also the city planner for the city of Santa Barbara, and I say that because I deeply care about neighborhoods and access. And my daughter and my husband and my family live 3 blocks away from Harding, but we're not in the Harding district. And we're very intentional about transferring last year. We're a 1-car family. I can walk, bike, scooter, skip, jump to Harding, and it's so incredible to be part of that and to know all of my dear neighbors and get to know the parents just by simply walking and passing by everyone on a daily basis. I'm coming here today because I'm asking for that 3-classroom kindergarten. I think to constrict it to 2 doesn't really make sense, given you all figured out how to create 3 TK classrooms this year, and that was phenomenal, and being the overflow and being really creative. So I think building on all the good work that's come out of Harding, the outdoor classroom, opening up the school on weekends for us as neighbors and neighborhood residents can come over, and just being really intentional about that and making sure that when my son comes up, when he's 2 now, that we can also have our siblings go there too.
Thank you.
Okay, so after John Dent will be Sarah Ellison and Noah Morales.
Good evening, board members. One thing became very clear during the listening tour at the Armories. Many of the things people said students should be learning are already happening in classrooms every single day. Students are roofing tiny houses, framing structures, running electrical, learning real construction trades. Students are already using CNC machines and advanced manufacturing technology at all 3 high schools, and those opportunities are now expanding into the junior highs. Our computer science teachers have already applied for grants to bring cybersecurity curriculum into existing classes starting next year without needing a new centralized facility. The health academies are already serving large numbers of students and continues to expand, while sports medicine pathways at DP and SBHS continue to provide hands-on experiences. Our culinary students are catering community events like Kathy Ireland Party and operating cafes. Media students are running live stream productions and real-world businesses. Students across pathways are securing internships and industry experiences with all sorts of organizations in our community. We don't need to expand to a new facility. Our campuses already have the teachers, the students, partnerships, and culture to make those programs thrive. Focus on what already exists.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Sarah. Yes. Okay.
So I'm not Sarah. She had to go put her kids to bed, but she asked that I say one thing. Is that okay?
That would be up to President Banning.
I don't think our protocols allowed time to be transferred to someone else.
Okay, just so you know, she was speaking on the Harding issue, and she wanted you to know she's moving to Ventura, and she's a physical therapist.
Okay, so we will have Noah Morales, Rich Lashua, and Barbara Parmet.
Hi, thanks. Good evening. My name's Noah Morales, and my family lives in the Harding attendance area on the west side as well. For our 5-year-old son, transitions have historically been incredibly difficult emotionally, and sometimes they feel impossible. So over the last year, we've been planning for this. We've been walking to the school, we've been playing on the playground, attending school events, meeting kindergarten teachers in their classrooms, intentionally connecting with other families in the neighborhood, so that when this day finally came, he'd feel safe, familiar, and ready. And very recently, he became genuinely excited to become a Harding Hawk. This was huge. As Kristen discussed, several neighborhood families, including ours, have been waitlisted, and this just feels devastating. There are 3 kindergarten classes right now. We need 3 for this coming year. Neighborhood schools matter. They bring communities together, they create stability for families and children, and they help build the social fabric of the neighborhood. Tonight I'm asking the district to please prioritize resident families by maintaining adequate kindergarten access, and to please be clear with your communication for us, the parents. Because for our children, this is not about enrollment logistics, it's about belonging.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Lasher, before you start, I'm pretty sure we've exceeded our 20 minutes, but there are 8 comments left. If we continue with 1 minute, are we all right to proceed? Okay, thank you.
And just to say that following Barbara Parmet will be Julia Albanese.
We don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems. This month, all 4 junior highs led a minimum day teaching about emotions. During my 3rd class, a student loudly asked, "How much longer we gotta watch this AI slop?" While the curriculum had interviews with real teens, it heavily featured AI pictures of diverse groups and a mildly insincere narrator. Odd choice for a presentation about connecting people. Ladies and gentlemen, before the day's midpoint, 36 13-year-olds collectively rolled their eyes, sighed heavily, and told us it could have been an email. I'm not here to bash curriculum, but please note how quickly kids rejected its impersonal aspects. Adults, especially educators, reject insincere work. So do our students. They want connections to real communities within larger school sites, yet our humanities teachers are treated as elementary PLC subs, splitting sites, or forced to condense a year into a semester at the junior highs. We're shortchanging the one thing kids are telling us they need, to be more than a data point.
Thank you.
Let's go change the world.
Okay, so after the two next speakers are Barbara Parmet. I'm not sure if she's here or if it was virtual. Barbara, are you here? Okay, so we'll go on to Julius Albanese and York Shingle.
Good evening once again, trustees. I rise to raise awareness to the Black Scholars celebration Rooted and Rising that occurred at Santa Barbara City College this past weekend. My daughter goes to Peabody Elementary School, and she is a rising kindergartner. She's going to first grade next year. It was a wonderful celebration of Black students throughout the district, and we are grateful for the presence of Trustee Escobedo, Trustee Munoz, and I also saw Superintendent Maldonado there as well. Celebrating Black students is so important, and especially at this time, where on the national level and in various states, we see attempts of erasure, especially voting rights. We look forward to having more of you trustees appear next year and also bring resources. It would be very, very helpful if this district provided tangible resources to highlight this event next year as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, following York Shingle, we will have Tanya Mark and Chelsea Alexander. I'm not sure if they're still here.
Tanya is, but Chelsea is not. Good evening. I'm still York Shingle, president of SBTA. Our district's lack of planning and student-centered actions are hurting us. We need a long-term plan that drives our decisions and need to stop being reactive as our main driving force. This SBCA and La Cumbre thing is not great. Thank you for directing the hiring of an AP at SBCA. That will help. But what supports are you giving La Cumbre? They're going to have a new AP, principal overseeing 2 new APs, and an additional school. And that's only if you find the people for those AP roles and don't decide to go the way of SBCA and say, oh, we couldn't find it, never mind, we don't need it. It's not a good situation. We did this years ago. We didn't have a principal, or sorry, by district standards, we had one overseeing both sites. It did not work. It did not. Students ran everything. It was difficult for everybody involved. We really need to stop treating people this way. We need to start treating our community and our staff this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Tanya Mark, and then we will have 2 virtual comments, Eric Magana and Connie Alexander.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Tanya Mark, they, them, and this is Ana Arces, she, her, ella. We're here tonight representing SB Resiste, grassroots organization that strives to keep our community healthy, thriving, and safe from kidnappings and family separations at the hands of ICE terror. It's come to our attention from both students and orgs in the community that there is current and continued anti-Blackness being perpetrated in SBUSD schools. We stand in community and solidarity with Healing Justice and all folks who are working toward a future where all students, especially Black, queer, Indigenous, and Latina communities, are not only safe at school, but are also represented in the staff, curriculum, and their fellow students. This extends to the broader community and empowering action to support Black voters. By the way, Healing Justice was actually here tonight, but due to such an impacted meeting, they needed to leave. In other news, next Tuesday from 6 to 7:30, SBR and CAUSE are hosting a Know Your Rights resource event with free attorney consultations on immigration, housing, and labor rights. Dinner will be provided. And also tonight, we have a bunch of materials for anyone who wants to come ask us any questions. Solo Pueblo, Salva Pueblo, and as always, Chingala Migra.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're ready for the virtual comment.
Yeah, go ahead and call the name.
Yes.
Call the name.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Eric Magana.
Hello, hi. Good evening, School Board and Superintendent Maldonado. I'm Eric Magana, a Spanish teacher at Dos Pueblos High School. I am speaking tonight due to the internal district decision to only allow online advanced placement conferences and deny all in-person requests. Teachers rarely get to leave town for professional development. It is not a big ask for teachers to be funded for in-person conferences when needed, especially when volunteering to do so during the summer for no hourly pay. Our current AP Spanish teacher at Dos Pueblos High School has been blocked by the district from attending an in-person conference for the redesigned syllabus for AP Spanish. If a teacher finds that the best modality for their professional learning is an in-person conference, they should be supported. This training will serve this teacher and future students for years to come. Yet, teachers are being told online only. To district staff, please approve in-person AP conferences, and for the future, pay teachers to attend these conferences when volunteering to do so in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will have Connie Alexander.
Good evening. Connie Alexander, President of Santa Barbara NAACP. Thank you to the board members who attended the Black Scholars in Recognition on Sunday, Rose Munoz and Gabe Escobedo. I'm calling your attention to things that once again did not go well with your administration's part in supporting the event. This event is largely and predominantly an SBCC event with the help and support of our community. Thank you to Peak for everything they did to help set up. Time constraints prevent me from going into detail, but bureaucracy and poor communication kept us from reaching the families early enough for all of them to come and participate in this beautiful celebration. Right now, your lack of alignment as a board impacts what happens with students, and you are not focused on the true commitment that has to do with equity for all students. Stop trying to reinvent what was established and take time to actually read Resolution 242516, the resolution that called for an end to business as usual and treatment of Black students. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
That will bring us to board comment. We'll take that and do a short break after. Is there anyone ready for their comments?
Do we have a time slot for them next? So that's when we're coming back to that.
Trustee Munoz?
Certainly, I'm sorry, trying to get my thoughts in order here. I had the pleasure last night of attending the Peak Foundation Awards along with my colleague, Dr. Beal, Hilda Maldonado, and many of our cabinet was there too, honoring our scholarship and fellowship recipients. Truly an honor to see the future and the students that have already achieved being physicians. One student wanted to be a detective, one wanted to be a social worker. I had to say that because I went. And many, students, nurses, psychiatry, psychology, etc. I really appreciate the Peak Foundation for their work and the students and parents for being there to honor their children. We also, as was said, attended the SBCC event, graduation, honoring all of our Black students and supporting them in their experiences that they go through. I think it's very important to be there. I was glad to also see, Dr. Maldonado and our cabinet there present, and of course the former board member Wendy Sims Moten was there, and in addition to Ms. Connie Alexander and all of the community participation that we had. I certainly will look into resources also. I think that's a great idea. Thank you for that. I also participated on the weekend to a event held by STESA, which I have, let me see here, give me a sec, and which stands for Standing Together to End Sexual Assault. One of the things that was stated by their director who was there, Elsa Granados, was how sexual assault and abusive relationships and so forth affect both students, male students, female students, students that are LGBTQ, and how many services they provide. Just to say real quick, I know we've gone a long time here tonight. They have the 24-hour hotline. They also provide education in terms of preventing assault and therapy. Thank you very much.
No? None from Trustee Caffrey?
Thank you very much. I just have a very brief comment. So we've been talking as a board and as a community about how to be proactive, not reactive. And Trustee Banning, we've heard you say many times that we need a strategic plan and we need a budget that is aligned with a strategic plan. And I totally agree with those comments. And I think that the board as a whole agrees as those, but I'm only speaking to myself in my board comment. I think this summer we really have an opportunity to shore up our governance structures. There was just a great article in District Administration by a school board trustee from Gwinnett Public Schools, How to Prepare Your School Board for Stormy Seas. And it talks about how we can really use our time this summer to put structures into place to become as effective as possible. So the reason I bring this up tonight is I hear from many community members different issues but that have the same thread. And one is from DEMLAC, for example, that we don't have board goals and we're not monitoring progress. I mean, essentially. And that's one of our main levers. And then, we're going to hear from many people who are in the Balanced Tech Committee about implementing a tech policy. And right now, last year we batch approved 40 policies, but we were not involved in writing the policies. And again, like one of our major levers is policy development. So that's why I really ask, we haven't had the chance as a board to publicly discuss the idea of steps to improve our governance practices. And I know we had a special session in December where we agreed to have school board partners help us. And so I'd just like the contract to be brought to the board so at least we can have a discussion about it. And perhaps people have different opinions on timing, but I really feel like, in order to make progress at a rapid pace, we need to focus on this right now while we have some time this summer. And that, in order not to get into the weeds, in order to create really strong structures for the district, shoring up our governance practices right now is the place to focus. So that's my board comment.
Trustee Escobedo, do you have comment?
Yeah. Over the last few weeks, since our last board meeting, I had the pleasure of attending the Emoja conference at UCSB, and it had Black Student Association members from all three of our high schools, as well as high schools from Ventura, come to. They had a full conference day, but I joined for the student panel, and then I was also on a panel with other elected officials to talk about issues that were top concerns for these Black students. And it was a very powerful event. It was also a very sobering event because many of these Black students shared their experience in our schools, and we've done work absolutely on combating anti-Blackness and addressing anti-Blackness and trying to build capacity at our school sites. And we have done good work, and we have a long way to go. Like, a lot of these students are experiencing things in our schools that are really hard to hear. And I know that we have school site leaders that want to be supportive, and I'm hoping that as CABA continues their work and they bring recommendations to the board at some time in the near future, that we remember that what I'm sharing with you about the fact that it's still happening in our schools, because we do need to build capacity in our leaders on school sites. We also need to build capacities in our teachers, in our classified staff, and I really think that's going to be the next area of focus for us. I got to attend that, and there were a lot of good stories too, and a lot of good celebrations. Speaking of, the Black Scholars celebration that happened on Sunday at SBCC was a beautiful event. I really enjoyed the layout this year and the programming, and it just feels like this is the 4th year of it happening. Each year it gets better and better. I was also a judge with Dr. Becchio at Trade Art Woodworking Show. We actually got to judge different pieces that our students actually made, and we got to do it with one of our former students, Xander. What's his last name? Xander Doherty, who made like this beautiful chair that won a competition when he was in our high schools. And he is now going to some graduate program on the East Coast. I forget exactly which one, but he's doing really well. He's running his own woodworking business now. So he turned what he really honed in our schools and turned it into a business. And then the last one is Dr. Maldonado and I met with the Ethnic Studies exec team to talk about their work, but also some of their challenges. And it turned, I think, spontaneously into just kind of a workshopping, and they got to ask questions of myself and Dr. Maldonado. It ultimately ended up in a conversation of, and I'll request this using the official channels, but having the exec team come to the board to talk about the conversation that Dr. Maldonado and I had with them about what's working really well, what is on the horizon, what's next for ethnic studies, and also where are some of the challenges and what would they need in order to get us to kind of the next phase. I think we're ready now to talk about what's next for ethnic studies. So that is my board report.
Is that ready to be called? Should I call it? I've just been told that we have another non-agenda item that was missed. Sophie Myers, are you still here?
Hi, and thank you. I'm here again today to speak about the non-re-election of Arthur Gladwell, an 8th grade math teacher at Santa Barbara Junior High School, who was non-re-elected after the assistant and superintendent went against district norms and overruled the principal's recommendation for re-election. The only person in the entire district who thinks Arthur should not be re-elected is the assistant superintendent, and she has not observed more than 30 minutes of his teaching. His peer teachers, who have observed dozens, if not hundreds of hours of his instruction, and his principal, who conducted 2 years of formal observation, all hold his teaching in high regard. Even my niece, a 7th grader at SB Junior High, tells me that students really like Arthur and even choose to sit and hang out with him at lunch. His students also have higher average test scores than those of his peer teachers. Additionally, it is now clear that there have been serious issues between Assistant Superintendent and Principal DuPont. Principal DuPont even resigned. There's a strong likelihood that Arthur has been caught in the crossfire, and an outcome as serious as ending his teaching career is not fair to him or his students. There are several math vacancies in this district, and non-reelecting Arthur means over 100 more 8th graders like my niece will be taught by rotating substitute teachers next year. This matter isn't out of your hands. You're the only ones with the power to fix this, and I really urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comments for this evening. That puts us to back on target with Section G. I would like to take a 10-minute break at this point. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Mr. Vance, I think we're going to do a little agenda management since we got started late and everything. We have parents here that have been waiting a long time. We're going to move item G4 up. So we'll start with that as soon as the superintendent and Trustee Munoz are here. All right, thank you for your patience tonight. The late start was highly unusual for us and long time, so we appreciate it, and we'll move your item up. Do you want to introduce the item, please? Oh, Mr. Vance, are you ready to do that? Thank you.
I certainly am. So good evening, Board President Banning, board members, Superintendent Maldonado, and of course our families and the parents here this evening who showed up for tonight's presentation. So, just to be clear, the purpose of the Balanced Learning and Technology Task Force is to review how technology is used across district and how we're using it in our schools, and to provide recommendations in shifting from our current practices to really being intentional with the use of technology. So they are our partners in this, and making sure that we are promoting healthy, balanced student learning. So that's the purpose of the task force. On April 20th, the task force met. They did 3 specific things. The first one was they reviewed the guiding principles for tech with intent. For example, learning first is the primary focus. It's not driven by tech, but actually making sure that the instructional part is the most important item. And then another example was safety is foundational with the work that we're doing. The second item was reviewed. We specifically reviewed a technology with intent resolution that was drafted by members of the task force using the LA Unified resolution as a model. So we reviewed that. And then the third part, which is actually connected to the report that we have tonight that you have with you, is they created a grade level specific actions list discussing how to really be more intentional and reduce technology in the schools for elementary students, our junior high school students, and high school students. So with that said, our next steps was to specifically connect with students in the schools as well as staff to really gain a better understanding of the recommended actions, and to see how students and staff would actually give feedback on that. So the feedback came in terms of data from surveys and focus group questionnaire. And by the way, if you notice, I'm going to be going through these slides. I'm not just going to be hitting every topic on the slide. I'm going to hit key topics So, but you'll notice that Lacumbra is not on there. They are being surveyed as we speak. We were moving quickly to get as much data as possible, and we also know that we have next week on Tuesday, we will have a task force meeting, so we want to keep things moving forward. So from the student surveys, at the beginning of the report, it talks about the student survey results of what was discovered. Want to bring to your attention question 3, which actually has to do what causes distractions. One thing that you'll notice is that the high school students actually stated boredom as the highest distraction, but they didn't actually identify, so what are they doing on their iPads if they're distracted and bored. So, however, the junior high school students did point out specifically that they tend to use games when they are distracted. So that was one thing that popped out in terms of this information. Another thing that that came out of this, as well as from principals in our principals meeting, is that particularly you'll see in the junior high school space that there is a lack of substitute teacher oversight. So that came to our attention to make sure that we are providing that infrastructure for our substitute teachers with the tech. There are 2 findings to be pointed out in this slide. Number 1, our junior high school students wanted more monitoring on devices, while high school students wanted fewer restrictions. So they wanted more flexibility with the use of their devices. At the same time, more junior high school students depend on their iPad as their home digital device due to not owning a computer. So it's one of the things that pops out to our as we're doing this work. It's important to make sure our low-income students are kept in mind. I'm going to be bringing up the LCAP report. I'm going to identify specifically our largest group of students being served by the LCAP, which is our low-income students, about 7,000 students currently. So just to be clear, that's a substantial number of students, just to make sure that when we design our guidelines and all the protocols and policies that we're also keeping in mind those students to make sure they have access. So the rest of the report from this point forward is really about the alignment between the recommendations that were provided by the task force and what we found with the student data as well as the teacher data. So specifically, some of the things that we focused on or that was brought up was blocking YouTube access, and that is something that we could do, and that seems like that was an overarching recommendation. The thing that was the caveat is to make sure that we provide time for teachers to transfer, looks like the secondary teachers to transfer their videos into Canvas. So providing time and also compensation for that time to do that transfer. So that's something that we have on our radar, and we would like to do that by the beginning of the school year as one of the rollout items. The second one in particular, which is prohibit device use at lunch. So what popped out in particular was, yes, it's possible at junior high school, so that would be something we would work through with our junior high school administrators. The high school level, that's really complicated because the size of the school, as well as basically it's too big to make this enforceable. So that's one thing that came out in terms of that item. And then the last one is the off and away, which means basically it's the intentional use of iPads. So it's not the default at the beginning of the school or the class. So bringing out the iPads only when it's essential instruction and then putting it back. And that we totally agree with. And we want to move forward with that one. So the next slide here, in particular, you'll notice that digital citizenship is crucial, and it definitely needs to be a mandatory training for students, as well as Jamf and Apple Classroom training for teachers. We will be making sure that's being implemented. The one thing that we want to do in particular that we notice that we're not doing now is actually capturing implementation data. So we're making sure that we're staying compliant. One of the things that you should be aware of in particular is that we receive E-rate funding, which is federal dollars to help support what we are doing within the school district in terms of technology. It's required to provide this type of training to our students. So we want to make sure we not only are doing this, but making it intentional in a way that we can capture the data and track it and make sure the students get that instruction. The iPad opt-out at junior high schools will need to be piloted. We don't want to do immediate rollout with that because we want to make sure that we are able to iron out any problems that we might have. So similar to the way we did the off and away cell phone rollout, we wanted to do it in a place where we can actually implement it, see how it goes, and then look at how we can spread it out or figure out maybe some of the problems that we're facing. The last one is home configurations are currently being worked on with Jamf and Lisewise tech specialists with our IT team so that we can do that work at the start of the school year next year. Okay. This last one in particular, we heard from staff that it would be hard to enforce daily time limits in junior high school and high school. The reason is it's challenging for teachers to determine on a daily basis how much time is actually being used on a tech device in the period before, the period after, and all the periods across to do that on a daily basis. One of the things that did pop out on the report that's out by LAUSD that they actually are sending, they had a meeting today. The thing that we recognize is their time limits are required at the elementary school level. At the secondary level, the recommendations. So recommendations which allows some flexibility with the time limits. But still, the number one and most important thing is using the tech with purpose, not just as a backup. So a couple things to point out with this particular slide of things that we need to attend to is that this points out the equity home access. Again, this is one of the things that I brought up earlier to make sure that we have our students have digital device access at home. So we want to make sure that we're keeping track of that. And the other part, which we haven't discussed, is actually how we roll out AI in terms of what action steps to take with AI. You know that we have the superintendent's AI task force. One of the things that we looked at in particular, and one of the things that we really could consider, is actually doing a whitelisting of AI models and providing students only access to Gemini. So we know that this is a model at other school districts, so it's not that we create the wheel or recreate the wheel, but actually following other practices. In terms of this item in particular, one thing that did stand out is that teaching staff did mention that the teacher evaluation rubric incorporates the use of technology into classroom as part of the rubric. Of course, this will need to be reviewed, and if needed, it'll need to be addressed. So this is something that we have to look into further. And this section in particular, it's just a reiterating, as you notice, of what we see in terms of how to approach these different action items. The one thing that I didn't bring up that we will be focusing on, which is if you go down to the fourth one down there, it says block personal Apple ID. We are working with Apple specifically to address that. So we know that's one of our pain points, and that's one of the things that we will be addressing. Last thing is just the steps we're taking within our IT department. First one is we've already completed a health check, which is an audit with JAMF, which did an extensive analysis to show us where our strengths and weaknesses are within the system. And so we have that report, and we're working with JAMP to fix those improvements. The second one is we will be collecting our 7th grader devices at the end of this school year to install the new on-device filter from LineWise that we know that is working well. When junior high school students return to school next or at the beginning of the school year, all 7th and 8th graders will have on-device filters with their device. Just as a reminder, the 6th graders leave their devices at the school. They don't take them with them during the summer. So they'll come to the junior high school, and then they'll get their device with the filters. So the entire junior high school will have on-device filters. We're improving our network by working with JAMF engineers to have better control over the mobile device management system, the MDM system. We've been working weekly with an Apple deployment engineer to assist our team to improve our operations with devices. That's one of the things that has been on a regular basis, so we can, again, tighten systems. And then after the start of the new school year, we will contact, or we would like to contract with a third-party auditor after we do all of these actions to actually do an analysis that helps us to review our systems. An auditor who actually understands K-12 and has a track record with analyzing K-12 systems. It's something that we haven't done with our IT department. So with that being said, next steps with the task force. Task force will be meeting next Tuesday evening, as I had mentioned, at 6 p.m. in the boardroom here. The IT team is putting together an implementation plan based on the alignment report that you have. The plan will be addressing use of tech on campus, and then the use of tech off campus, as well as the third thing, which is operational and IT systems upgrades. We'll be reviewing the alignment report and the draft of the action plan, getting the input from the task force. One other thing I want to just, that I mentioned earlier, is the task force would like to see the work that's occurring codified in some way in a board resolution similar to LA Unified. And with that said, that's my report for you.
Right, thank you. I know we have multiple public comment cards. How many do we have? 25 again. We're gonna need to keep the comments to 1 minute again, and we have a 20-minute limit per topic. When we reach that 20-minute timeline, we'll ask the board if they want to extend a little, depending on how many are there. So please follow that timeline for 1 minute each on the comments.
Thank you, President Banning. Yeah, we're not no, forget it. I was just thinking if we could like consolidate folks at all, but not really, right? That isn't even an option.
At this point, we'll continue with what we were doing with 1 minute each.
Okay, okay. Because I know people have a lot to say. We'll start with Simon Bentley, Ramiro Jervis, followed by Ali, let's see, I'm sorry, BJERKE. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Simon Bentley. I'm a parent at the district, and I'm also the cybersecurity professional who ran the first set of reports. These reports were done in good faith, based on what I had seen happen to other families. We don't need to go into the reports. You've all seen them. Everyone's seen them. I think everyone in this room has seen them, so we don't need to go into the reports about what is failing in the system. But I will bring up one thing that was not put in these reports, which is the data privacy. Where is the privacy? Where are the contracts? On May 1st, parents filed a Public Records Act request to get the district to sign vendor agreements, and we were directed to a public portal that does not contain any SBUSD contracts. What it does contain is CANDPAs that are piggybacking off other districts using Section E. What that means is that SBUSD has no say in anything that those CANDPAs provide. That includes vendor data, how long the data can be retained, whether it leaves the United States, what happens to the contracts, what constitutes a reportable breach. All these other things, you guys have no say in the matter.
Thank you.
in
I need
any
you
of
to
these
wrap up your
contracts.
comments, please.
We shouldn't have to file a public records request to find this stuff out.
Your time is up.
And we shouldn't be hearing the district making judgments based on student or teacher surveys as opposed to factual data about the negative impacts that this has on students.
Please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
I really, really appreciate the work that Steve and the team are doing, and I'm looking forward to seeing some results. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Allie Bierke. I'm a parent of 3, and I've been on the task force.
Just wanting to check, I had Ramiro.
He had to go home.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
And he might be available on Zoom. Is it my turn or?
Go ahead. I said I was sorry.
Okay. I'm Allie Bierke. I'm a parent of 3. I am here tonight to ask the board and the district to implement LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy in Santa Barbara effective this fall 2026 and fix the security problems identified in the reports provided to both the district and the board. You've been sitting on Simon Bentley's report of district security failures for 45 days. The district claims it has been making changes, but we see no evidence. I brought these poster boards so you can see the kind of content available to children as of last night. Just last night, a parent reports finding these sites open on a child's district iPad. Side effects of benzodiazepines. Can I give blood if I'm on duloxetine, the child's anxiety medication? Use paper soaked with drugs to pass in prison. Several blocked sites, and Japanese anime of S&M male-on-male abusive fatal relationships. This must stop. The report that you just heard does not do justice to
Thank
the
you.
urgency of the
Your time
situation
is up.
and the
Please
desire
wrap up your
and the
comments.
readiness for change. I urge you, you must make these devices safe.
Please
and
wrap
you
up
need a
your
fractional
comments.
CIO to get this house in order. Please pass LA Unified's resolution and make these devices safe.
I'm going to make another request of the speakers to keep your time to the 1 minute that's limited.
Yes, I'm going to name the next 3 speakers, and as President Banny said, you know, as you've all been waiting here to speak, so we also want to have an equal opportunity for everyone. The next 3 speakers are Emily Zacharias, it's Heather Basiam, or I believe, sorry, and Nathan Field. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Emily Zacharias. I fully support LA Unified's new proposed policy overhaul on screen time use. It's something I want to consider for our district as well. I'm also a Goleta Union School Board trustee. On the issue of home device use that you saw in the presentation, you say it's necessary and non-negotiable for access to homework on Canvas, and that not providing devices for home use would be an equity issue. However, that begs the question, why do they even need a device to do homework, and why aren't we consider paper and pencil options for homework assignments? Have you asked for feedback from families on how they like Canvas and whether they think it's helping to improve educational outcomes for their children? Because all I hear about it is negative feedback. The community is asking for less reliance on these online platforms, and yet it seems like students are still tethered to this as an only option. Give families a way to opt out if the district will not scale back the homework assignments. Lastly, the emotional needs and the SEL pathway. Students are using devices as calming tools. What does that even mean? I assume they would be for students with an IEP, in which that case should be exempt from the policy because that would fall under federal guidelines for IDEA. And that at Santa Barbara Junior High, there's behavioral incidences if devices are
If you can wrap up
removed.
your comments, please.
That right there tells you everything you need to know as to why we're asking for these changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so after the next two speakers, we're going to have Catherine Burge.
Good evening. My name is Heather Barlam, and I'm a parent of two. I'm here tonight to ask the board and the district to implement LAUSD's Tech with Intent policy effective in fall 2026 and to fix the security problems identified in the reports provided to both the district and the board. Every one of our children deserves to attend a school that prioritizes learning, focus, friendships, safety, and emotional well-being above all else. We recognize the massive effort undertaken in March of 2020 by SBUSD staff to shift to a digital world overnight because of a global pandemic in order to keep our students connected and learning. The shift occurred in a time of crisis and chaos, and the pendulum swung way far. We are no longer in the throes of a global pandemic, and it's time to reform our tech use with intention. We recognize the recent effort of the district to begin to move towards tech with intent. Thank you.
Okay, after the next two speakers, we're going to have Rhonda Dupar and then Meg Nom.
So I'm Nathan Field. So how many of us as fully functioning adults struggle with using our devices more than we want? How can we think that our developing children will be able to handle this? We would like school to be a place where students are not forced to use these devices for their curriculum. Instead, we want school to be a refuge from these addictive experiences, not a source of them. We urge you to choose a course that will result in responsible, bounded use of these devices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Catherine Burge. Yes.
Good
Okay.
evening. I'm Catherine Birch. Good evening, Trustee Superintendent Maldonado. I'm here tonight also representing over 400 community members who are asking for the same things that everybody keeps repeating. The board and district to implement LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy effective fall 26 and fix the security problems identified. So far, over 400 people have signed this ask in a public petition that was just released on Friday afternoon. The district has a number of crucial responsibilities when it comes to providing access to technology through school-issued devices. First and foremost, whenever devices are used, they must be safe and developmentally appropriate. This is not currently the case. Second, the district has a responsibility to make a school-issued device learning-centered only. They must be used solely for education, not recreation. This is not currently the case. Third, the district must employ technology as one of many tools and only when it's proven to be the best educational tool for the job. This is not currently the case. Let's not leave them to their own devices.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Dupar. I am an educator and a parent of a child in the Santa Barbara School District. I'm here tonight to ask the board to implement LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy in the fall of 2026 and fix these security problems we've identified in the report. I have a few questions for you I'd like you to consider. How many children do you think should be able to use their school-issued devices to watch YouTube and play games? How many should be able to engage with violent and harmful content? Talk to strangers, watch porn, encourage eating disorders and drug use habits, use biased and hallucinating AI tools to solve math problems and write essays, shame themselves, bully their peers? For me, the answer to all of these questions is no. Zero, and I hope your answer is zero. This is the reality currently in the Santa Barbara School District with the school-issued iPads. You hold the power in your hands to disrupt the status quo and change children's lives and education for the better through deep transformational reform. It is desperately needed.
Thank you.
Okay, so after Meg will be Nick Burwell and Mona, let's see, Mona, last name starts with a D.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to ask the board and district to implement LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy effective this fall and fix security problems identified in reports to the district and board. As a parent and mental health provider who works with adults and children, I respectfully urge the board to consider potential harms of screen use. I'd like to quote from a 2023 article from the Journal of Education and Health Promotion. I quote, "Research has shown a correlation between increased screen time and increased levels of depression, anxiety, and other mood disorders. Screen time can limit opportunities for face-to-face interactions, which can lead to social isolation and loneliness. It can also interfere with cognitive development, particularly among young people. Excessive screen time can reduce attention span, decrease creativity, and limit problem-solving abilities. In extreme cases, excessive screen time can even lead to addiction, such as internet gambling disorder," end quote. In addition to this research, we have stories from our community members. We support the board in consideration of these potential harms during implementation of Tech with Intent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after the next two speakers will be Lily Boudleau.
Good evening. My name is Nick Burwell, a parent of kids at Glida Valley Junior High and DP High. I'm here tonight to ask the board and district to implement LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy in Santa Barbara effective this fall, 2026, and to fix the security problems already mentioned. I have not seen in these reports any evidence that technology increases learning or leads to better outcomes for the students. Much of the report is instead focused on student survey results. My daughter casually mentioned this iPad usage survey to me earlier this week without me even asking. Her words to me were, kids were not either taking the survey at all or of course putting answers in there saying there were no disadvantages to iPads since they don't want the iPads taken away. Then she said, what was even the point of that? Why are they asking the kids about this? And I agree. We must not make policy based on the habits and feelings of our children when we know devices can be harmful and addictive. We don't have them vote on whether candy and soda should be available for free at school lunch. I urge you, look at the research data and make an informed decision that is best for the students and their learning.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mona Damluji. I'm a parent of two. I'm also Associate Professor of Film and Media Studies at UC Santa Barbara, where digital literacy and critical thinking about our tech dependencies are at the forefront of our concerns at the college education level. I'm here tonight to ask the board and the district to implement LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy in Santa Barbara effective this fall, and to fix the security problems identified in the reports that have been provided to the district and the board. Today, I'm here to urge the board to consider the importance of reframing the equity conversation that is raised again and again away from access to technology alone and to think about meaningful and safe access to technology. That is access alongside digital literacy, privacy, and security above everything else. A child with access to an iPad that includes YouTube and ChatGPT with no adult oversight is empirically at risk for serious harm to their cognition, attention, executive function, and wellness. Some families do have the resources to monitor their children's iPad use and keep them off of YouTube to make sure that they don't have toxic or troubled relationships with AI. And some parents will be able to guide their children to make responsible decisions regarding digital literacy, privacy, and security. However, the burden should not be on individual parents or the individual children to defend against the potential harms of school-issued iPads. Again, only some families have these resources to monitor their children, and some do not. So therefore, if the district does not meet basic safety and data privacy standards, you are at risk of creating a different kind of dual tracking system for those who are able to have the resources to monitor their use and to have adequate digital literacy to have these devices and be responsible for their use, and those who do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Lily, Bullo, I believe. Is she not here? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. We have Ashley Griffin, Laura Rhodes, and Sarita Bott.
Hello, my name is Ashley Griffin. I'm a teacher in Goleta and a parent of 3 kids. I'm here tonight to ask the board and district to implement LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy effective this fall and to fix the security problems identified in the reports. I also want to encourage the board to exercise caution when interpreting the BLT task report, especially when it comes to teacher opinion. Instead, the board should focus on the teacher data gathered by the union, as that is thorough and representative. You should have received a full report of that data. The union's report includes data from 581 teachers, whereas the BLT report surveyed just 117 teachers. I quote from the union's report, "Technology reliance needs alternative options. Phone distractions have now shifted to iPad distractions in some spaces. iPads are especially distracting in secondary spaces. Many educators are not positive about digital curriculum. 24% are positive, 44% are negative. The majority of educators want tech-free curriculum options at 57%. Please take action now."
Thank you.
Okay, Laura Rhodes, and I'm also wanting to know if Sarita Bott and Casey Hare are here. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Laura Rhodes, and I'm a parent of 2 kids in this district, and I'm here to ask that the district implements LA Unified's Tech with Intent policy in Santa Barbara effective this fall, and to fix the security problems identified in the reports that have been mentioned. We have seen firsthand how screens affect our children's ability to focus, connect, and engage in meaningful learning and the world at large. And we've also seen them harmed by the status quo, not to mention the lack of security on these devices. More than 4 years ago, I stood right here where I am today, along with others, and spoke against the harms being caused by these devices. I've attended 4 years of district tech meetings, committees, and task forces, of which there are many, and it's been 4 long years, and we are still here asking for change. It's time for true transformative educational technology reform. The science is clear, public consensus is growing. Catherine just mentioned the 400 people in 4 days that have signed this petition. LAUSD has figured it out, and they're showing that they can get it done. Let's not wait, let's do it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarita Bott.
Hi, I'm Sarita Bott, mother of 2 in the district, and honestly, what she said. Can we implement this LA Unified intent policy, and can we also fix the security issues? And finally, Steve, thank you for the report, but one thing that came very clear listening to you speak about it was just how many issues we have and how much we don't know and how much still needs to be explored. And frankly, I don't want my children or any of our community's children being the guinea pig for what we think we might need to do but still need to figure out. Like, let's figure those things out, and then maybe then we could implement a little bit more responsible technology in our classrooms. Thanks.
Thank you.
Casey Hare.
Good evening. I'm Casey Hare, a parent in the district. I also develop tech for NASA, so I'm a tech guy as well. I've served in TechWise Advisory Committee since in 2022, and we've been here before. I worked with the district. I worked with Steve. We established a sensible tech policy in 2023. The district led me to believe that policy had been implemented. It was not to be. I've recently learned about all of these harms. These things are still going on. And my daughter was recently visited on a truly terrible experience on a school iPad in elementary school in the classroom during school hours. Steve's report is a good start, but it falls short of what we need and of what LA Unified has already done. We developed good policy years ago. The parallels between what was happening, what we came up with multiple years ago, and what LA has done are striking. We could have been a leader here, but we didn't do it. It just simply did not get done. So we are not leaders. It is, but it is long past time for us to do the right thing. LA has shown us the way. LA has done what we could not do, even though we knew the right path multiple years ago. It is now time for us to follow. We must implement LAUSD's policy because they have shown that they can do what we are incapable of.
Thank you.
Okay, Marcia Ribeiro, Kate Taylor, and Kim Osborne.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Ribeiro, and I'm a parent of 3. I'm here tonight to ask the board to implement LA Unified Tech with Intent policy in Santa Barbara this fall 2026 and to fix the security problems that everyone is mentioning. We have seen firsthand how screens affect our children's ability to focus, connect with peers, and engage in meaningful learning. Across countless conversations with families in the community, one concern continues to stand out. Parents are asking for fewer screens, stronger boundaries, and more face-to-face learning. We have clear evidence public support is growing, and LAUSD has shown it can be done. Our children's safety, education, and well-being cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, we've passed the 20-minute mark. We have 5 or 6 left. Shall we continue? All right, thank you.
Kate Taylor.
Hi, thank you. I am Kate Taylor. I am a parent of a 6th grader. I'm also a professor of sociology at UCSB. I echo the comments of all of these other parents. We'd love to see the LAUSD policy passed here, effective fall of 2026, as well as fixing the security problems, which I think are very troubling to all of us. Putting on my professor hat for a moment, I just want to bring to, I think people sort of know this, but I'm not sure how much it's been part of the conversation, is that professors at UCSB are struggling with how to use tech as well. But because of the prevalent use of AI among our students, we're moving more and more to pencil and paper assessments. So students who come through K-12 systems who really aren't using pencil and paper assessments and learning tools are going to be very disadvantaged at the college level. So I think it's just really important to keep that in mind. Of course, we still use Canvas and all of those things, but anybody can learn to use Canvas in a few months, but they can't learn to take a Blue Book exam, when they're a college freshman. So we really need to think about that now. That can't be fixed later. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next will be Kim Osborne and Tristan, and then Tristan Peter? PJ? Not sure. Are they not here? Okay, so Tristan, is that?
I feel like the sentiment's been really clear across the board, what everyone's saying, so I'll keep it brief. A few things that I wanted to point out. I just get really concerned about how much we already know about this issue and what we're doing to fix it. We know that screens are not a neutral impact on our kids. We know that it shapes the way they learn to pay attention, how they relate to one another, how they relate to themselves. So I think that's evidence that we really need to take very seriously. The other is I want to acknowledge our teachers. They're stretched thin. And I understand why tools and apps can feel like a lifeline to our teachers. But I think we need to find other ways to make sure we're supporting them. Smaller class sizes, planning time, instructional support, and community. These investments are harder than downloading an app, but they're what works. We should not be tailoring our teaching around technology, but we should be tailoring our technology around our teaching. Thanks for your time, and I hope that we move in the right direction.
Thank you.
Okay, Heather Barlin.
She already went.
Okay. Some word duplicate. I just didn't catch that one. Kat Ross.
Hey, with 57% of our teachers excited about tech-free curriculum, I guess the question for me is, are we going to invest in physical curriculum? Because one way we could go about having fewer screens is telling teachers to make a lot of copies and spend their prep time translating all of the digital curriculum that we have into physical curriculum, or we could purchase physical curriculum for teachers to use, right? And that would save them a lot of time, though it is more expensive, right? One of the reasons that we purchase digital curriculum is because it's half the cost. So I guess I'm wondering, like, is the district investing in new curriculum that's physical, or are we talking about instructional learning on screens? And that's okay, but just screen time that's not instructional is not okay. And those are really different things. So I'm just interested in the direction that we're going.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a virtual comment.
I've been told by Sandra and Sidali that our virtual commenters are no longer online. Is that correct?
No.
They're not.
Okay.
Okay, so that concludes public comment.
Do you want to? Before we get to board comments, Dr. Maldonado.
Board members, I'm asking our legal counsel, Joanna Powell, to come up and just set the record straight on a comment that was made regarding our data privacy contracts, because I wouldn't want people in the audience to not have that information as well.
Yeah, so just briefly on the topic of the National Data Privacy Agreements, or NDPAs. The California NDPAs were designed to contain every data protection provision that state law requires, and there's over 1,000 California districts that participate in the NDPA system. It was built specifically to standardize data privacy contract terms, with the understanding that individual district by district negotiations would result in weaker terms, not stronger ones. When a vendor signs the Exhibit E to the NDPA, it makes a standing offer to extend those data protections to any district that countersigns. And when we as a district countersign, we become a full party to that agreement, it applies to us with the same force as if we had negotiated it ourselves, and protects our students to the full extent of California law. So just wanted to address that narrow point.
Thank you. Board questions or comments? Let's start with questions. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. I have a few specific questions, and I always have plenty of comments. So there's a lot in this report, and there's a lot in the LA report. So I'm going to sort of ask questions about our report, and then basically make comments on the LA report. So I have a question. I know that we are working on safety, and obviously safety really has two issues. One is actually just strict safety. What can the students access? And then there's the safety of mental health and all that other stuff. But access. So I will ask the question, what do we need to do to not see a poster like this? Do we need to retrieve every single iPad from a student and wipe them and put on protections? Or is there a loophole that is still being exploited?
I'm actually going to bring up Rob, the director who's been working closely with, the Apple and Jamf and LineWise.
The question was, what do we need to do to not see a poster
Not
like
see a poster
this
like that, or not to
regards
hear
to
another
those
story?
Safety. Yes, the most straightforward way would be to collect all of those devices, hands-on, reconfigure them, and install the new content filters that we know are more effective. So with our working and our partnership with LineWise, they have built a new on-device content filter specifically for iPads that we are utilizing. We've been able to deploy that in our elementary space, and we have started deploying it in our junior high space, and that will keep rolling forward, as we do have to collect those devices and touch them.
And do we have a plan? I know that our high school students, I had 2 high school students, keep their iPads once they get them, and they turn them in at the end of the 4th year. Do we have a plan to retrieve from junior high students and high school students the iPads so we can actually do this?
Immediately this summer, we'll be collecting those for our junior high students and deploying that by the first day of school.
Okay, and are we planning to deploy it for our high school students, or is there a point of discussion with with access with our high school students?
No, absolutely. We will have the strongest filter available to us on all of our student iPads as we roll that out.
I think maybe we round robin with questions because I know that we have a lot and some of them are probably duplicative. So I'll have more, but
Thank
I will
you.
wait for the next one.
Trustee Caffrey, do you have questions?
Thank you. Thank you. I have a follow-up on the security question, which is basically, do we have a public-facing way to communicate how we are addressing every one of the safety concerns in the report? And secondarily, how do we proactively ensure that our iPads are safe and we don't need external pressure to update our safety systems?
So for the first part of the question, no, there is no public dashboard monitoring the work that is being done. As far as the proactive work, that is happening now with the Jamf Health Check that Steve mentioned in his report, as well as our work with LineWise piloting their new on-device filter. What was the third part of the question? I'm sorry.
I mean, I guess what I mean with the dashboard is basically we've heard from many parents that they want to ensure that iPads are safe for students. How do we know when all of the concerns that have been addressed in the reports have been addressed?
Absolutely. So we as the ETS department provides weekly updates to the superintendent to pass on as far as the work that we're doing towards that effort. But for that external pressure that you're talking about, we have a clear roadmap of what we see in front of us as far as the device configuration work that needs to be done and the filter work and the building on that has to be done. And as Steve mentioned in our report, the next step after that, once we get all of what we know in order, is to welcome a third-party audit from a reputable source to come in and show us any holes or things that we've missed after that.
Trustee Escobedo.
I want to follow up on that audit, the auditor portion, since you just mentioned it. What does that look like? Are they going to be auditing us based on the standards that we set, or based on like the best industry standard? Because it feels like we, and this isn't just Santa Barbara Unified, but in education period, we find these education tools and students are smart, they figure out a way around them. We want to make sure that if there is a loophole, we're filling it. What is the auditor actually doing?
So when we get to that point, we would want to look for K-12 best of the best practices. So we would look at an organization that is familiar with our environment, not ours as Santa Barbara, but ours as in K-12. So there are several consortiums and groups out there that we would use to come in and give them real access to what we're doing, not just a questionnaire and here's a report, but real access to our systems, sitting with us, learning about our processes so that we'll catch those best practices at a high level.
No? We'll come back around to Dr. Beal.
Well, I have a different question, but can I just, we're on this safety thing. Are we talking about cybersecurity experts? I'm confused about this K-12 because I sort of feel that within the school system, everybody feels that everything is safe, but when you get outside the school system with people who work with many different systems, they are going to have a different look at how security works. And I know that my husband is a tech person, and he has said we absolutely need to get an outside person because we can't work within our paradigm. We have to work outside of our paradigm.
So the question is, how would we?
Are we talking about a cybersecurity expert, or are we talking about another? We have all these school technology people and these school products, and they all work within the system. But there are bigger systems. There are people who look at a system not as a school system, but as a system that can be hacked. That's as simple as simply as I can state it?
Yes, so that will be both the Venn diagram of the content and configuration, and our network and security overlaps quite a bit. So when we look at those controls from our device and inventory management to our software and platform management to our cybersecurity standards and the different audits and checks that we do, all of that wraps in together to how our tech department runs. So that audit would touch all of those things.
Okay, but is it going to be somebody from another school tech department, or is it going to be somebody who is just a specialist in cybersecurity and it not necessarily linked to any school department?
We'll vet different places that, we're already looking at. So off the top of my head, we might look at the site organization. We might look at the COSN organization. We may look at MS-ISAC. There are plenty of organizations that we're already working with that have those kinds of services we could look at. So that would be part of that vetting process and deciding who we're going to go with.
I would be interested, and I would be interested in knowing that that we are using, that we're using the proper level, and actually a very high level, right? Because we are talking about student security. Can I just move on to my other question? And it is not related to security. It's actually about this equity question that has come up in my mind and also in comments. And so the survey was very interesting, and yes, there are all sorts of interesting comments which I had a difficulty making heads or tails of. So equity, I'm curious about, and I don't know who this question is for, this idea of equity. I mean, I think there are going to be different things that need to happen at different levels, elementary, junior high, high school. And I know that during COVID, we talked about equity. We needed device access because we were all remote. But I think it becomes a more interesting question. It's not about everybody having a device at home. And plus the fact that cell phones, of course, you can't do homework on a cell phone. And I do know that we're going to have exceptions. The LA plan does talk about exceptions. So I think that is a given that there will be exceptions. But that that equity means more than one thing. I would like our students I would like the parents of students to understand what the issues with tech are, and that the equity question really be answered. What is the device being used at home for? And so I think this is a more complex question, and I don't know that we're going to be able to answer it tonight, but I think if we say the word equity, we really should define what that means and in what circumstances we say it is a better idea to have a device at home, whether it be an elementary student. It seems like with high school students, they will take their devices home for many reasons. And then the junior high is probably in all of these areas, that Venn diagram of should we not. And so I think the equity question, I'm saying, like wondering who's going to answer those questions. Who are you going to talk to? How are we going to figure that out?
Trustee Caffrey.
To the equity point, and I think we heard about this from one of our speakers, and Dr. Kristen Hughes, who's been involved in this from the very beginning, has talked about how, it's more this goes into comments kind of, but it is less equitable to send devices home when kids have unfettered access. And we can easily get data on what kids are using their iPads for at home. So basically when we say, like kids may be saying to us they're not using YouTube, but I think we can these iPads belong to us, we can easily aggregate the data and see what are kids actually using their iPads for. But that's beyond the point. I think there's just so much evidence at this point, like more access to tech actually hurts low-income kids more. So, but my question basically is about cost. How much does it cost per year to have a one-on-one iPad program if we're including all of, not only the iPads, but also the staff that supports it and all of everything related, all the curriculum, and how has it changed over the last 5 years?
You sent that question this afternoon, and I sent the board.
I sent it last.
Sorry, may I finish? Yeah. So I did send that information to the board. I'd have to run through my emails to find the cost of the devices. You're asking a question that requires more information from Mr. Tedeschi for the additional pieces, so I will get that information to the board.
Because my point in asking that question is basically, I believe it's like at least $10 million this year. I mean, with staff and iPads. So basically, my question is, how have we been spending over time, and is that the best use of our money when we have very limited funds and we're looking at, so basically, like, is a one-to-one iPad program even financially sustainable? Like, we used our ESSER funds to respond to a COVID emergency, but now at this point, how do we invest our money as directly as possible into classrooms? Like, yeah, so that's the underlying reason I'd like to have this cost data.
So I can respond to one thing in particular regarding that, is that we haven't been stagnant for the past several years because if you can remember, well, about 3 years ago, or maybe even maybe 3, I think it was, we actually had one-to-one all the way down to kinder, right? And we said, well, that doesn't make sense. And so we started reducing that. And because of that, and we continue to do that, and now today, we don't allow kids to take their iPads in elementary school home. We've reduced with one-to-one up to 2nd grade. And now we're taking to the board the cost of iPad leases has dropped because of that. And as we continue to look at this, if we're looking at what we'll be doing in junior high schools, because that's really where the attention lies, right? So that's the thing that we will be having to take a look at in a wise way. And then if we reduce these levels of iPads, it will reduce the cost. But just as a reminder, everything is digitized within the district. So it's not that we just focus on the student devices, we're also focusing on business at hand, supporting the teachers and so on. So I just also wanted to bring that up.
Trustee Escobedo.
So on the topic of daily screen time limits, I'm maybe misremembering this, but I think I heard or read that it would be difficult to do or difficult to implement. And I'm wondering why, or what's the path to get there? Just thinking about my personal devices, like I can go on my phone and figure out how much time I'm spending on the device. What's the challenge to implementing a daily screen time limit? Hey, can we?
So
I'm trying to get an answer from him, and thank you.
Actually, the one thing that we're working on, we are a Mac device school district, which also it has its strengths in terms of security, and also has challenges. One of the challenges that we have, we know for a fact that we cannot. The question came up beginning of the week, or I think the end of last week. Can we track not only the survey results, but can we actually track in terms of the data or the digital tracking of what students are doing? So if it matches, the survey results match what the students are actually doing. Problem is that so it was last week, I remember specifically, because the team was actually digging into LineWise, and they could track it, but they can only track it by individual student. We can't track it across a broad spectrum like that. So those are one of the, so going back to the answer of your question, at this point, I'm not sure at the secondary level. At the elementary level, that's easy, right? But at the junior high school and high school level, that would be something that we'd have to investigate more and see how it's not only to take place here, but also in other school districts. So
I can add that I did have a conversation with a couple of junior high school principals about this, and the question they asked, if we were to set limits, let's say in junior high school, and let's say we were all the 6 teachers for a student, a particular student, we would all have to coordinate, are you using tech, how much time are you using, to then make sure we set a limit. If we were to set like a limit, so that we would coordinate our schedules. This is how they were trying to figure out how to implement this, of who uses the iPad for how long and when, and how would we capture that. So that's the kind of coordination that in their mind they perceived. So just like everything else we've been talking about tonight, those are to be determined, and those are things that we would have to figure out along with our administrators and our teachers to find out in essence, when we go to implementation, say this whole thing passes and we said these are the limits, then the actual implementation and monitoring is a whole other level of coordination and capturing that information.
And
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. So another question that comes to mind is, are there, let's say if we didn't have Apple products, are there other products that are easier to lock down and that are more secure, or provide us a easier pathway to getting to what we're trying to accomplish?
I would to verify what I'm saying, I'd have to look into it and make sure what I'm saying is a fact. Because I know that, for example, if you're using PC, there are faults in terms of some of that, the use of that, of like the Chromebooks. So,
folks, I'm gonna ask that, like, the laughing, the clapping is very distracting and it's quite disrespectful. Just please let us ask our question.
I'll note that we probably have some folks that haven't been to board meetings before. At this point, without the public comment, this is a meeting of the board in front of the public. It's not a time for the board to interact with the public. So I don't mean to be disrespectful with that, but this is our meeting. And I'm glad you're here to hear it, but it is about watching rather than participating at this point. Thank you. Mr. Escobedo, did you have something else? Okay. Trustee Munoz.
I would like to talk about like the equity issue, and then also appreciate the discussion about the junior high students. One of my questions is, if, like for example, my understanding that junior high students will have their iPads checked, right? Like, what is it? I'm sorry, the correct word, by this summer.
So
right?
the junior high school students will not have devices this summer. Is that what you're asking?
Oh,
because we
okay.
have to download the new filter system on the iPads.
Okay, so they'll turn them in, correct?
Yeah.
And then when they do get them, when they do have them, or now, for example, are they able to do research on them, like such as topics of interest, things that come up related to school and such, or future careers and whatnot?
They will be able to use Safari to do that type of research, yes.
Excellent, okay. Because one of the things is that I certainly noticed that, the iPads do not reduce school discussions in schools and classes. As noted on the Q4, do iPads reduce discussion? And I do see it as an equity item with students of lower income where they don't have other devices at home. Of course, some homes have several computers and Wi-Fi and so forth. I am familiar with many students who don't have Wi-Fi, and such, and certainly not an iPad or an iPhone and, whatnot. So I also agree with the earlier mention by Dr. Maldonado about how, education about technology use in general, beginning at least in junior high, is very beneficial. I would say, sixth grade too, but we want to be realistic. And so I do, want to emphasize that many students, regardless, they may be in a shared home, they may be living in a garage and so forth with lower income. They don't have what others do. And it may be, my misinterpretation of it, but I think that it can be in terms of equity, in terms of like, what we saw like at the Peak Awards, students that are interested in science, students that are interested in medicine, et cetera, animal, care and whatnot. They want to be a veterinarian. Can they go on safari, which I think is excellent, in terms of checking, being able to do research on that, and at the same time, not restrict their time to, of course, games or things that are inappropriate, so that we have the screening for that would be, I think, very helpful.
I think that I'm going to draw our attention to the time and to the remaining items on the agenda that are some very specific. This is a discussion item, no action being taken by the board tonight. We've had an opportunity to hear what's going on. We've heard from numerous people, and as we say sometimes, we are not allowed to talk back to the audience, nor you to us, but that doesn't mean indifference to what's happening. So I'm just wanting to wrap things up here so we can move on. If there's any brief closing comments that you have, this would be the time.
Yeah, do you want to go, Simina?
It's hard to be brief about this, but I actually had one more question.
Okay.
In that survey, and I don't know who will answer this question, there is this very interesting comment about substitute teachers, unfettered iPad use. And so the first thing that came to my mind is I feel that beyond technology, there is a dependence in the substitute teaching, not all the teachers, on the iPads and maybe not really adhering to a curriculum. So I'm trying to understand, do we have so many substitute teachers that this is a management problem in of itself? Like, I don't feel that students should be learning from an iPad when their regular teacher is not present. So I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. Is there a curriculum issue? Is it they walk in and they're like, we have nothing to look at, here's an iPad. I did have 2 children in high school. I did hear from them that they would go into a classroom and be on their iPad for 80 minutes because the teacher wasn't there. So I don't know if this is the time to talk about it, but what is this issue? Can somebody explain it to me? Because I don't see the iPads putting more locks on them changing this issue.
Yeah, I can address this. So there are a couple things. First one is specifically you have a substitute teacher going into a classroom for the first time. They're not going to be, they will get an assignment, let's say, for example, to use IXL math. So the teacher leaves the assignment to have the students do IXL. So it's about management with the substitute teacher on what does that mean? Because typically if a substitute teacher is just going to say, okay, go ahead, do this assignment on your iPads. There's also the practice with our teachers who are there. They walk around and they supervise that and they're hands-on directly with the students. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to first make sure that the substitute teachers are trained in a way so they know what they're using with the device, or probably more importantly, have an alternative lesson that doesn't require the device, right? So those are the things that we're looking at. It reminds me of the old days of substitute teachers before we had devices. We had VCRs. And so I just remember that they would put in a VCR tape and watch the movie, things like that. So it's really about how do we provide real guidance with our substitute teachers?
Yeah, and I'm thinking that somehow we've morphed into the tech being the substitute teacher, and certainly that is definitely not a path we wanted to follow that we got to. And so this is something that also needs to be addressed along with all of our tech efforts, is that this cannot be how we teach our students when the regular teacher's in the classroom. It's just not acceptable.
Trustee Caffrey.
So I have three young children, like many of the audience, and at home I totally control how much time they spend on their screens, and I know exactly what they're doing on their screens. And reading the American School Board Journal, they recommend that school boards get this kind of data for every single school by grade level. What are children doing on their screens and how much time are they spending on it? And I feel like if we don't have the internal capacity to do that, that is proof we need to kick it up a notch, And so I sent a few questions, and I can get them answered at a later date. But has line-wise support been formally asked to produce a screen time by grade level report? So I have a list of questions, but I mean, this, if we are giving out iPads to students, I mean, I would never hand my child a device and then be like, oh, well, 4 hours later. And I think it's totally comparable here, right? We're handing students devices and we're saying we don't know how much time they're spending on them and what they're doing on these devices. So basically, I don't know if we can give direction as a board right now, or because that, I mean, my two asks would be, one, for next board meeting, I think we need to bring up the LA Unified resolution, right? And actually pass it, because we want to do it in a timely fashion. And as part of that, I mean, part of the resolution is knowing what our students are doing on their iPads and restricting it. So those would be my asks, like agendizing, and I don't know if that happens at the end of the meeting that we need to vote on it, but I've asked by email, and so now I'm verbally asking.
Okay. Trustee Escobedo, anything else?
Yeah. I look at it's getting brought up, and I think every school district is going to be grappling with what the conversation we're having right now, if they haven't already. And I look at the LA Unified, like the 5 considerations that they had based on their research: limit take-home device prior to high school and preserve meaningful parent choice, design policies and configure devices to maximize intentional education-only use, ensure technology supplements rather than replaces teacher-led instruction, which is kind of the conversation that we were having right now. Manage cumulative screen exposure across the school day and homework. Apply age-appropriate guardrails and continuously evaluate technology impacts. I think I'm hearing, anyways, we're in consensus about like those as kind of what we're aiming for, and I don't think that there's much disagreement there. I look at the LA Unified timeline that they have, and much of it starts in the fall at the early ed space and in the elementary space, because I think that's probably the lowest hanging fruit. And then they began to implement it in secondary in January of next year. One of the couple of things that I see in here that I just have outstanding questions for myself is, one, are there other types of devices that we could be using that would make this easier for us? That's one question that I have. The second question I have is, how would the screen time limits work in secondary? I hear that challenge, and I just don't have that answer, and I'm sure that LA Unified has discussed it in their discussion, and it's probably discussion that's happening in other places too, in California. So let's
no, please finish.
And around this topic of equity, I hear equity, and I think really for me what comes top of mind is that if a family does not have access to a device, that they are able to get one from the district, that it's more of like an opt-in versus just writ large, everybody gets a device. Like that makes sense to me in terms of equity, right? Like not everybody needs to get the same thing, but they should have access to what they need to succeed. So for me, to answer your earlier question, because I think we kind of skipped over it, is that for me is what I kind of think of as equity. So as this work moves forward, I generally look at a lot of what was in the report today. I'm very supportive of. I am a little bit skeptical of feeling like we need total alignment, because I know alignment was used in these. I think sometimes we need to do what's most effective and what's best, and we do need to bring our teachers along, and we need to give them supports. Especially, I've heard some teachers are far better at using Jamf and these other tools than others, and we need to support them in that way. But sometimes in these decisions, we need to do what's best, and I lean more towards what the LA Unified has on there, and I don't actually think it's that far off from what we were
Yeah.
presented today.
Okay, we're going to just give this a few more minutes.
So I agree with Board Member Escobedo that, yes, we should give access to families, but at the same time, I would want them to also be getting the information on what they are going to monitor and what digital citizenship and all that is. And I think the equity issue is we just didn't have a blanket policy. I agree. I looked at this report from LA Unified. Unfortunately, I could not listen to the meeting because I was working, so it'll be a couple days before I can listen. I'm interested in their conversation. I was most interested in their screen time limits, and from what I could parse from looking at this is they actually were able to quantitate the minutes of use, and they matched actually their minutes of use to their screen time limits. It wasn't, you know, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Psychological Association. They didn't actually put out other than an hour for kids who are 4 and under. Everything else was use your judgment. And I was kind of curious about the high school, which is 90 to 180 minutes per day, which could be a lot or could be a little. It really depends. If you're a science student, you may be doing more than that. So I'm curious about these limits and curious about the conversation that they had about it. So I think there's more information, and I think it would be well worth everybody kind of knowing more about their discussion and how they figured all of this out. So those are some of the thoughts I had. I'm happy to hear that we're going to have professional training for both our students and the teachers. And I think the discussion that we're not having here, but I think is there, is that we did hear from a teacher about the desire to have limited screen time. I've also heard from teachers who say they have actually utilized screen time in their classes in a very effective way. And what the conversation that's not happening in this boardroom and is actually not even happening at the tech use meetings is how do we look to our teachers and ask them in your classroom, and I'm really talking probably more about junior high and secondary, are you using technology in a way that you think is really transformational for learning? I would have to say that when I was a medical student, luckily, I'm a visual learner, but I would have to build my own visual diagrams to understand some of the physiology. And it was a lot of work, and guess what? I probably will never forget it again. But I could see that in a lot of situations, I could have spent time on something else if I could have been shown a video. Now, I'm talking about a medical student, but I do think that there are some things that make you learn better if you can see it visually, especially for people who are not visual learners. So I just really feel that I want to hear the teacher voice, and I think the conversation that happens between parents and teachers and district and staff is when you choose to use tech in your classroom, we want to hear why and how, and are you thinking about the amount of time? And that conversation just has to happen. It can't be that we're going to decide and you need to do this. It's tell us how you're going to use it and how it enhances learning. Is there an alternative? What is the alternative if somebody wants to do this? And it is a lot of work for our teachers, and I understand having to go through this process, compensation, professional development time, all that is needed, but that we should pay attention to that need also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last comment.
Thank you. So basically, I mean, Trustee Beal, to me, it seems like this should all be codified in a resolution that has specific information. And I know that you are all about the outcome committee, but like efficacy data. So like, if we're using ed tech, like, where's the data that actually shows that this is more effective or useful? And I feel like there are things like the ed tech triangle, like, is the tech transformative? Is it supportive? Or, you know, so basically all of that could be included in the resolution. And the idea is like, take LAUSD as a starting point. They've thought through a lot of it, and then we can hash out some of these details, but that would give us, like, have a tech, then we'd end up with a tech policy with actual teeth and alignment across the entire district, you know, instead of, it basically gives structure to tech going forward. And right now it just feels like the Wild West. So that's why I think, like, why can't we bring the, and I don't know, do we vote, would we vote now, or do I bring it to vote in future agenda?
I'm not sure. This is not a time to vote. This
Okay,
is just a
so I'll bring
discussion
it,
topic.
I'll bring it to future agenda items, but that is my thinking, is like, let's make some actual strides forward here and you know, have an actual policy that says things like, when and we heard from teachers from the union report, like tech can be extremely distracting. So when you're using the tech, that it actually is really impactful. So that's why I'm fully in support of the resolution.
I just have a short comment, I promise, and we'll wrap this item up. I'm going to go back to my repeating concern about the layers of complexity of anything like this. We have people in the audience that are here for sincere, valid reasons, and board members that are asking good questions. I don't think there's probably a better aligned room of people right now anywhere. I think we all have the same concerns and fears and desires for our kids. Whether a model from LA Unified is the model that works for us, whether a written policy that's paper that we all go, yeah, this is it, that doesn't have our staff and our teachers behind it as well. No single response that we've talked about here today will get us to where we want to be. It has to be unified, and it has to start with people, the parents, the people that are here demanding the safety, the staff wanting it, the teachers understanding and wanting the very best uses of technology for their kids, tech with intent that they know is going to make sense. So I don't know that we get a whole lot from tonight's conversation other than an absolute sense of alignment in purpose and intent for ourselves and for the children in this school district. And an awareness, once again, that everything we ask for is never done just because you just do this. We have to do all of it together, and we have to keep doing it. And I would say thank you to the parents that have pushed this to us, and thank you to the staff that have taken it seriously, and thank you to the people that have found things and come to us and say, this is not working. Yes, it is. We think this, we think those things. All of this dialogue is making us stronger. But to imagine that we walk away from this today or next week with all of the answers and everything in place, we have to keep having these difficult dialogues and celebrating the things that are going right and the things that are getting better. And one of the things that needs to get better is our understanding of what ideal intent, tech with intent would look like. And whether it starts with a policy or a resolution or more meetings, all of these things are real, and none of them turn on a dime, unfortunately. I wish it would, but I want to give the most sincere thanks to the people that are here. It's late for all of us, but you're here and you're paying attention. I think everyone in the room is here with the same idea about trying to do the right thing. And I think we have teachers that are expressing a little different perspectives on these things. But thank you for being here and expressing it and being part of what's probably a long process of getting to something that we're all going to be content with. And so I can't speak for the board, but I would love to say we are in this to get this done and to get the right things done for kids. Thank you again for being here. We do have a couple of things that we have to take care of that will involve deciding what can be pushed off from our meetings and how late we would like to extend our meeting beyond 10:30. So thank you very much. I know among the most important things for us on timeline is the LCAP report, so I'd like to move to that next, and then we can see where we are timeline.
Those are action, we're talking about reports.
Yeah, just reports. I think we can consider, I don't know, the fiscal update and math implementation, maybe we can push those off.
My question is, does that impact the fiscal committee because we're meeting next week?
Yes, but
So, like, does it matter if the board sees this report? The fiscal committee will just keep going forward?
How long is the LCAP thing going to be? Okay. Let's get to 10:30 and see how long we want to go.
All right, good evening again. I just want to remind us of the student groups that are impacted by the LCAP, and these are our 5 focus groups. This is our 5 focus groups. In particular, as I stated earlier, it's our low-income students are our highest population. We have 3 broad goals. In particular, we have academics, behavior, social, emotional, and wellness, culture, and climate. For the past 3 years, it was very important to keep these goals as our North Star in terms of MTSS. We have one goal that's actually called a focus goal, and that's with La Cuesta to increase the graduation rate. So I've been meeting with our educational partners, which consists of staff, families, student, community members. The recommendations are coming in, and these are the things that particularly are standing out. Number 1 is mental health support. Continue to invest in the RISE program with our mental health clinicians and interns. This also includes providing early interventions for elementary students, so to really support the kids at the lowest level, meaning at the elementary level. Second one is continue sustaining the AVID and PEAK programs. So not only doing that, but the one thing that popped out was it's very important to prepare our elementary family engagement liaisons to, or at the elementary schools to help 6th grade families understand actually what the junior high school AVID program is and how it supports their students so that they can be prepped before they get to the junior high school. So just bridging that gap that came up. The third one is to provide additional data to help our parents, staff, and community members better understand the impact of our actions. We've been hearing that across the groups as well. From the SEAC meeting, that's our Special Education Advisory Committee, the recommendations, all of these center around really making sure that we're providing professional learning for staff, particularly our paras, gen ed teachers on how to work with our students and special education teachers, as well as what popped out was our AOK staff. It's the administrative staff and those who are serving the students after school. Have 5 more meetings left along with the LCAP survey, which will be closing at the end of this week. To gather more feedback from our educational partners. As you could see, tomorrow I'll be meeting with the Student Advisory Council, and then Thursday, DEMLAC will be my last meeting with them. Just a reminder, we're headed to the 9th. That's when we'll have our public hearing with LCAP, and then on the 23rd, we bring the LCAP to be approved, along with Conrad bringing the 26-27 school year budget. And with that, that's my report.
Comments?
Thank you very much. I just have one super quick question. I am delighted that one thing you're focusing on is measuring impact. How are you going to do it?
Well, so right now, okay, so measuring impact, we're required by law to use the indicators, so it's from the dashboard, right? We've also incorporated panorama data to do that. We're also using STAR data for our TKK first grade students and even second grade, so we can actually start tracking that. What we did here, though, is that we could it's the possibility of using M-Class was one of them. And there were a few others, but I'll just say that's a topic that I would be working specifically with educational services. That's something that I wouldn't do on my own. And also student family services.
So sorry, I have a question / comment. So yes, I agree that focusing on outcome is important. But one of the things I will comment, and I participate in LCAP meetings, is often we look at our data and then we look at the LCAP and we say, how does the data show that the LCAP is effective? I think what we need to do is look at what we have decided, and this is really, I'm talking about the next LCAP, which we'll start working on next year, is that we should look at the areas that we've identified as areas of improvement and where we're going to focus. And what we should do is turn around and say, how are we going to answer the question that this is effective? And then we should look at our scores or our panoramic questions or whatever. So that way, when we look at those answers a year from now, we can say this actually points to this action. Because that's the biggest trouble we've had, looking at our actions and saying what data connects these actions. Often the panorama data covers 5 actions. And you're like, did it help all the actions equally or not? And so I think we need to have a different way of looking at what data we might expect and how it might help us understand the action. So that's the only comment I'll make at the end of 3 years of this LCAP.
Trustee Escobedo, did you have anything? And this is just report for tonight, no action necessary.
Right.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Conrad, could you tell us if we skipped the fiscal report, and I know that we also have the math report?
Yeah. Can I? We're supposed to stop at 10:30 unless we set a time certain when we end. Well, the remaining items on the agenda are the fiscal update, the math implementation update, student discipline resolution on the TRAN, resolution on Pride Month, an instructional continuity plan, donations, and the consent agenda.
So, I mean, we cannot cover that in half an hour.
No.
Well, we're at 10:30.
We're at 10:30.
I mean, that's not a critical thing. You know, we have another finance committee meeting on Tuesday, but there's nothing in, it's all, a lot of that information was provided in the agenda. So I don't think anybody wants to hear me go over all of that.
Yeah, and the first 3 of the action agenda are important. And
the TRAN is important, yes.
The TRAN. So let's move to the action agenda for the first 3 items and see where we stand with that. Let's put it a half an hour timeline on this. We should be done before that if we're quick. But
where does that leave us with the other topics?
We'll have to push them off to another meeting unless you want to stay later. I mean, you can put a late time on it and finish when we finish. Oh. Okay, H3 and J7, which is part of the consent agenda, so we'll be doing those 3 for sure. Can we go ahead and well, let's set a time. What I'm suggesting is let's do an hour and get it done as fast as we can. 11:30, all in favor? Aye. Let's get it done in 20 minutes. Okay. All right. We are skipping the fiscal update and the math implementation. This puts us to H1, yes, let's do H3 first. That is the resolution on LGBTQ2IA+. Pride Month.
I do think we have math presenters here, so can we make a decision about math? Are we going to make a decision about math?
We're skipping that. We mentioned we might skip it too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're skipping it. Thank you, Jen.
Sorry.
We had already previewed that we might do that.
Okay. All right. So H3, the resolution.
Good evening again. This resolution officially proclaims June 2026 as LGBTQ2IA+ Pride Month within the Santa Barbara Unified School District, reaffirming our commitment to safety, inclusion, and visible support for our LGBTQ2IA+ students and staff. We bring this forward for your formal approval and consideration to foster an environment that honors the history, contributions, and protections of our diverse school community.
Yes, public comment. Tanya Mark and York Shingle.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Tanya Mark, they, them. I want people who are part of the LGBTQ2+ community to feel proud of who they are, safe in their schools, and represented in their curriculum. I am angry, disappointed, dismayed, and long since disillusioned that this board and SBUSD district admin would commit to a resolution and then actually pursue actions to make the words in that document become reality. When the board passed the SBUSD Pride resolution last year, lack of follow-through was a key worry for the students, teachers, staff, and everyone who worked on the Pride resolution. However tired I am, I can't give up hope. As Polly Murray wrote, hope is a song in a weary throat. We're here, we're queer, and we're telling you that we believe in you. Be like Patti LaBelle and have a new attitude. Rather than wearing non-progress pride pins, trans rights are human rights. Show your support by completing action items that actually create change. Yes, follow the terms laid out for you in the SBUSD Pride resolution, but also listen to your teachers and staff and help them to make the positive changes they are already working toward. True community is based upon equality, mutuality, and reciprocity. It affirms the richness of individual diversity as well as the common human ties that bind us together. Also a quote from the amazing Polly Murray. I see y'all on this board out in the community and participating in amazing people-led actions and events. For some reason, the climate of joy, respect, and love doesn't translate from the broader community to our school climates. You can do better. Let us help you. And to my amazing, wonderful, beautiful LGBTQ2+ community, Sylvia Rivera said, we have to be visible. We should not be ashamed of who we are. You are seen, you are heard, you are loved. Thank you.
All right, York. Thank you, Tanya.
Well, they said it much better than I could. This is pretty classic performative allyship. You're reading essentially the same proclamation that we passed last year after not doing a single thing that you are recommitting to. You haven't implemented a history and social studies curriculum that highlights the contributions of members of the LGBTQIA+ community and allows students to see themselves accurately reflected. You have not set up an annual report. Last week, Dr. Wilson asked to schedule a meeting with me about it next week, a full year after the first resolution. That is box checking to be able to say it's in process. You could have just held yourselves accountable, asked about it, but that doesn't seem to be possible with this leadership. Kat and I asked about the progress on this month after month with no movement. So sure, pass the resolution. We're used to non-committal lip service these days. Ultimately, teachers and families are going to continue to do this work, whether we have district support or not, because we are committed to making sure our students and our families are reflected and represented at our sites, and we don't necessarily need a proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comments? No? Do we have a second? Do we have a motion, please?
I'll move to approve resolution number 2025-2026-33.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. We can move to the consent agenda because there's also public comment on that, and then we'll come back to the other things. So do board members have anything to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. Okay. No, okay. We have comments on item J7 before we can pass the agenda. John Dent and York Shingle.
Good evening, everybody. I want to speak tonight about leadership and the proposal to combine college and career director position with the EML director position. Respectfully, this proposal sends a troubling message about the district's understanding of career technical education and its commitment to these programs. We currently have 39 CTE teachers across 22 pathways serving more than 30% of the secondary students in the district. This work includes managing millions of dollars in competitive grants, overseeing compliance, supporting pathway development, coordinating internships and work-based learning, maintaining industry partnerships, managing articulation agreements, expanding programs into junior highs, and coordinating more than 2,000 dual enrollments each year. That alone is already a massive full-time leadership responsibility, especially while the district is simultaneously doing vision work for the Armory CTE Center. The reality is that our CTE teachers, pathways, and students need support. They need someone with the time, expertise, and focus to help manage the complexity and growth of these programs and to truly champion CTE across the district. Meanwhile, our teachers continue doing extraordinary work despite limited support. These programs do not run themselves. They require vision, grant writing, industry coordination, compliance management, relationship building, strategic planning, and constant support for teachers and students. Even our previous CTE director expressed feeling overwhelmed by the scope and responsibilities of the role. Yet now, instead of narrowing and focusing that position, we're proposing adding an entirely different area of expertise of leadership into the same job. Combining CTE and EML leadership is a bit like asking one person to simultaneously be an architect and an air traffic controller. Both are critically important jobs, but they require completely different expertise, different focus, and constant attention. Finally, tonight we heard the DEMLAC report about growth and success of EML students and the important goals established for next year's. I want to acknowledge I'm not EML expertise, but it was clear from both the presentation and the board discussion that continuity and focused leadership matter deeply in that work. Board members expressed concerns about continuity in EML leadership and support, and I believe the exact same concerns exist right now in CTE. Our EML students deserve leadership focused on their continued growth and success, and our CTE students, teachers, and pathways deserve leadership fully focused on building and supporting these rapidly expanding programs. Both roles are critically important, and they deserve dedicated leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. York Shingle. Okay. Anything here? You've heard the comments. This is a one-item consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
I mean, can we ask a question based on the public comment?
Yeah.
So, I guess, what is the plan to address what Mr. Dent has identified as an issue?
Are you wanting to pull this item out of the consent agenda to address separately?
I think that makes sense.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended without item J7?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. Discussion questions on item J7.
Yeah, so I just asked my question. Thank you. Basically, how do we address Mr. Dent's concerns? I mean, we potentially have this huge Armory project. We have many CTE programs. We, in the past, had someone who specialized in CTE. What is the thought and the plan going forward?
Yeah. So part of our work has been really this past spring to look at the reorganization of the whole CTE college career space. So with the reduction in force in that position of the coordinator due to budget reductions, we have really, with Dr. Hughes' just expertise and leadership in this space, has really helped to understand the scope of the work that's happening. A lot of the work currently in that position of the coordinator, I would say 2/3 of the work, has been processing orders and requisitions. That work right now is really clerical work that we are working to decentralize and provide administrative support at the site level, so administrative tech support, so that the orders can be processed at the site rather than here. Because we agree with the public comments, meaning we want that position to be focused on the visionary part of the work and the leadership part of that work, the programming side of it, the grant writing, the monitoring, the high-level work. So we agree with that, and so because of that, we're decentralizing a lot of the work that was really technical work that can be done by clerical staff. In addition, we are making it a director position. So it was previously a coordinator. I'm not sure in the past if it had been a director before. So we are re-elevating, or so we're elevating that work to a director level position. And directors typically supervise more than one program. So it's not unrealistic. Yes, it's going to require a special person, so that we recognize the recruiting process, the hiring process. We do want to have someone who has some specialization, but for a director, they can have multiple programs that they oversee. And so there is that recruitment effort that will start after this evening.
Dr. Reel.
So, Dr. Wilson, maybe you can explain how we are changing the EML structure. I think there's a concern that we're just adding another position onto the EML, but my understanding is it's different than that, and so we're not reducing the attention to the EML program, but we're dividing the responsibilities. So if you could explain that, I think that would be helpful for all of us to understand.
So a big portion of the work that has been done in the EML space that has been done by Dr. Martinez's leadership really has been to develop and approve the EML master plan. And that work is underway. We are showing positive results in terms of student achievement, in terms of reclassification, the ELPI data as well. So we know that work is underway. A big investment has been made in time and effort, to bring us to where we are right now. We want that work to continue, and so under that new director position, that work would still be prioritized. It would be a combination, right? So it wouldn't be solely focused just on EMLs. There would be that focus on CTE, college and career. But the prioritization of the work would still be there with the focus on EMLs, on the dual language programs, and supporting site administrators in their implementation of the EML master plan.
Maybe to be clear, this is a question I had, but I thought that there is going to be another person involved with EML.
There is an instructional specialist, Ms. Tricia Polstra, that is also under Ed Services, and we, when you and I met, we discussed that the instructional side of the work still continues, and that was done whether any person is there. Yeah. That position will continue to exist. This director, as I explained, is doing a lot of the other DEMLAC technical kinds of work that is also required, and I think that's what you were looking for in this response or the question?
Correct, that there's the instructional component and the technical component. So it's not that we are just making one person do 500
Correct.
things, that we are kind of parsing out the work to be more efficient.
Yeah. And I would also add, we do have EML leads at every site. So there is oversight at the site level from both our principals, but also from our EML leads who are monitoring student progress as well.
I just want to add, board members, as you know, that we've talked a lot about budget cuts and efficiencies and streamlining work streams, and all those sorts of topics have been discussed. So this is one of those, we think, really elegant solutions to being able to ensure that we don't lose focus of our EML students, because they also need to ensure they're included in college and career work that we have. And we heard it in the DEMLEC. So all these things kind of get threaded, even though they might feel a little bit isolated in a business agenda item.
It certainly appears to me, that it's been well thought out. And then in terms of reorganization, like you said, we have had comments from the public in terms of community in cutting back on administration, and of course, having more people staff that's facing the students directly and such. So I do think it's very well thought out and appreciated, the memo and so forth. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve item J7, approval of change in job description for Director of Educational Equity, Support, and Multilingual Learners to Director of College, Career, and Multilingual Success? Turn your mic on.
Approval of the change in job description for Director, Educational Equity and Support for Multilingual Learners to Director of College, Career, and Multilingual Success.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Let's move to back to our action items. We have H1 student discipline. Do I have a motion? I'll give you time to get on the agenda page.
I move to approve the board action on student discipline education code 48918, case number 202526-18.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. That'll bring us to the resolution on the tax revenue anticipation note.
Okay. It is late, but this is a very important item for us for cash flow management. There's a lot of information that's attached to the agenda. I won't go through all the slides. It's very descriptive, but I do want to introduce Danielle's, how do you say her last name? Danielle Aruda from KNN Finance. She's the one that's been helping me answer questions. We went over this as a topic for the Finance Committee. She's provided a lot of information, and she's part of our whole team that works through this financial instrument. As a basic aid district, we have peaks and valleys of revenue. Property taxes come basically in December and April, and so there's time, especially October, November, where we're very low in cash, and then right before April, whatever month that is, March. So a TRAN is what school districts and I think local governments will do. It's all within 1 year, and basically after we pass this resolution sets a not to exceed amount. That was based on analyzing cash flows that we provided to KNN, and so we'll do the cash flows again before we actually issue the TRAN, and if we don't need as much, we'll take a smaller TRAN to try to minimize interest cost and all of that. So I guess I'll just open it up for questions unless you need a little bit more explanation, but I think at this point, and Danielle is here to help me answer any questions.
Other questions? Trustee?
So I understand the purpose of the TRAN, and so just I understand that we would have access to this money and that we could have it to improve our cash flow. Do we see that in the future, if we are able to grow our reserve to the 10%, maybe higher, that we are planning on, that a TRAN would eventually become unnecessary for us?
hopefully, that would be the goal. I think we'd have to get to probably a 13 to 15% reserve in order to do that. But I will mention that prior to COVID, this district issued a tran for basically 11 straight years. So as a basic aid district, a lot of districts do this. It's hard for us to build up 15, 20% reserve, because when we have that much, then negotiation conversations end up being different. Basically, when I was looking at, we'd probably have to add close to $20 million to the reserve.
And then a small point, so I know that we talked about how it's not really going to cost us anything. There is no premium cost when we do that? Is there some outlay that we have
yeah, there very well could be. I mean, there are some market issues that we might have to deal with. We have a rating meeting with S&P to determine what our rating will be, which will determine basically, I'm really dumbing it down for me, but what our interest rate would be and kind of how much that interest cost would be. And so we receive the whole amount in July, and then that sits in a separate fund earning interest. And we're hoping that the interest that it would earn while it's sitting there will help pay for most of the interest, if not all of the interest, that we have to pay when we repay it in June. So it doesn't show up on our financial statements because we get it after the beginning of the year and we pay it back before the end of the year.
One last question.
Yeah.
Is this, I'm not a financial person, is this a better option than getting into a cash crunch and having to loan money right then? Is it a better set of terms because we can plan for it?
Absolutely. I don't know that there's too many options to borrowing $20 million at the drop of a hat. And so that's why we plan for these over time. We do the cash flows. Now the cash flows will change. I mean, depending on the governor's budget. If they say they're going to give us $15 million in one-time funds and that comes in July, that would help tremendously, but we can't rely upon that. We have to do the cash flows pretty far ahead and kind of have a plan for multiple years. We've, finished it for this year, have one for next year. But like I've said before, each year out gets a little less reliable, but and I've actually explored some options. I contacted the treasurer this week to say, hey, maybe the county treasury could give us a loan instead of having to go for a tran. And they're going through some tough budget situations right now. Danielle, did you have something to add on? I think you got some information since I talked to them.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, board. So as Conrad is pointing out, in some counties, the treasurer tax collector will actually allow for inter-fund borrowing for various school districts. I did have the opportunity to touch base with the county. So one point, and a very important point, is that historically the county has not extended a borrowing instrument like this. They, in fact, said there was one instance, God bless you. And it was a special instance where there was a startup of a special district, and because that district did not have the opportunity to generate any tax revenue for operations, the county kind of floated them some money until they were able to get up and running operationally. So that is the one instance that they shared with me that they've done this sort of borrowing. The other thing, though, is monies that are being pulled out of the treasury pool, as I understand from the county, will have to earn a interest rate or a repayment that is like the current earnings rate on the pool. In other words, many agencies throughout the county use the treasury pool as a earnings opportunity. So it's not just the district's own dollars that are in this treasury pool. You have various other districts, municipalities, so on and so forth. So in order for the district to be receiving this sort of loan, they will have to repay it at the current treasury pool rate. At this point in time, based off of March's Q1 report, the current earnings rate is 3.50%. I do want to draw to your attention that in the presentation that was provided, we did include on page 6 the true interest cost or the borrowing rate of 3.33%. So the TRAN is a more effective borrowing instrument, and I do want to point out in the fine print that does include 50 basis points worth of interest rate cushion. So really, the rate is about 2.6%, so almost 1.00% less than what the county treasury pool is at. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you both for your explanations. Very quickly, to kind of add to Trustee Beal's point, so even if we can't get to 13 to 15% reserves, even if we had higher level reserves, that would just mean we would need a smaller TRAN, which might be less costly. Is that right?
Yeah.
So we could.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. And then my other question is basically, if I understand that by parking the money into an account, we can potentially offset some of the cost of the TRAN, is it possible in a year to know what the all-in cost was? Could that come back?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably know that when the TRAN is issued.
Oh, really?
We don't have
So-
to wait a year
oh,
to know that,
because
because we'll
we'll
know
know
what the
what-
rates are and
Oh,
all
we'll
of
know
that.
all of that.
So
Okay.
I can come back, bring it to Finance Committee, bring it to the board,
Amazing.
a final
Okay, thank
accounting
you.
of it all.
Thank you.
Great.
Other comments or questions from the board? All right. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve resolution number 2025-2026-39 to authorize the issuance of 2026-27 tax and revenue anticipation notes.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Danielle,
Thank
for
you.
sticking around all this time.
Okay, that will bring us to I-1, which is the acceptance of donations.
I will move to for the acceptance of donations for May 19th, 2026 with gratitude.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. We
May I
have,
just make sure I capture for the board and our team?
yes.
We're moving the fiscal update, the math implementation update, and the approval of the instructional continuity plan to the June 9th meeting.
That brings us to our coming events and future agenda items. Excuse me?
That's the instructional continuity plan that I just talked
We're
about.
putting that off
That
as
goes
well.
to June 9th.
Mr. Acevedo.
This is about a past request for the 7th period day implementation. I know it was in your superintendent's report, but extremely hard to follow in that quick scan. If we can get that and then have an opportunity to have a conversation with you about it if we have questions. The request that I made, my intention was to understand what the implementation was going to be. And so while I appreciate seeing the plan, I want to actually sit with it.
You asking that as a separate check-in between me and each board member? Or
I don't-
are you
I don't know if
asking
it has to
as an
be-
agenda item for a board meeting?
I would love to receive it, to review it, and if I have questions, to have an opportunity.
And-
Because that was very dense.
And I feel like the public would also be interested in knowing more as well. Basically, I don't think anyone could read. So it might need to be agendized in order for everyone to have the 7th period report. Is that right?
I am going to respectfully ask the board to consider the request because we just moved 3 items to the next June meeting. And in June, we have several other things that we need to cover that's in the governance calendar, as well as, the budget that's coming, then the second LCAP report. We just moved 3 items. So I'm happy to bring it as a 7th period, but I just want to make sure
Here-
we're doing some agenda
Can I make
management.
a proposal then with that consideration? It would be share the implementation plan with us. If a board member feels like after reviewing it, it should be a agenda topic, we can bring it up at this item at a future meeting. And I think really we want to sit with it to understand it and have the opportunity to ask you questions. I personally feel like that will be enough. But if a board member feels like it needs to be an agenda topic, they can request it at a future date.
I guess what I think that is reasonable, and I understand we have packed agendas. My one question is, I know many people are very interested in seventh day implementation. So, like, how will SBTA know about this? What about the music community? You know, many people are following this very closely.
Yeah, I would say we've had public comment for the last 3 meetings asking about that implementation plan. So is there any reason not to share to people other than the board members?
Like I said, I'm happy to do either one. I was trying to get clarity on what we're going to prioritize in our agenda for the next, because we only have 2 meetings left in June. So as the board president and I decide on these items, the question is, if we add this, we may have another late night again. So if it's a time sensitive before June, or can we do that in July? That's another option. So how soon is that? It probably would help us decide where it would go. But there's no reason it cannot be shared with anybody at all. I'm asking more of the clarity of as a formal report to the board like we have with these other items.
Yeah, I was going to suggest if it could be, for July.
Well, I would suggest something different. I suggest we share it. I don't feel that it's an urgent issue for June, but I suggest we share it. And if issues come up when we read the fine print, whether it's us or other people, we will hear, and then it may become a board item, but that would be, so this is a 1-year-long implementation plan, and I'm very pleased that we have a plan, and the plan could be amazing, and so why turn it into an agenda item if there's nothing to discuss other than following the plan? So I think I was simply going to ask for a copy. I'm hoping that people can see it other than myself and the other fellow board members, and then if it becomes an issue, we can address it in July or August, which I think would be more appropriate.
That's fine. That's reasonable.
So to make it public, just want to clarify. So I'm going to send it to all of you. And are you asking me to push it out to our community as well in some communication, just to clarify?
Are we allowed to just forward it to interested members of the community?
Yes, you can. I just want to make sure that if we do wide sharing and there is questions and information you're collecting, then that creates another stream of work for us in terms of then how do we manage all of those comments, questions, and wonderings. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear in the understanding of, yes, everything we do is public. What that gets shared like then can generate a bunch of parents coming like we did tonight. You know what I mean? So I just want to be clear that if that happens, then will each of you collect your own information, then bring it to us? Or are you expecting that we share it and you share it publicly and then you tell them, contact me? I just, and I know it's probably very in the weeds, but I don't want to lose sight of the way that information moves and how then that gets back to us as well and can be also misrepresented if we don't have that actual platform for us to be able to respond appropriately before it gets misinterpreted.
Oh,
So
go ahead. Go ahead. Well, there's 2. Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Dr. Beal.
Okay.
I feel that the people who have had the most interest are the people who are trying to develop electives. And I think they want to hear how that is going. And even tonight we heard about ELD integrated into electives in the junior high, if that's a possibility or not. So is it possible that it's shared with board members, it's shared with the site leadership, the principals, and that the principals do have to let their teachers know that it's out there, and that can be a discussion between them?
That makes a lot of sense to
yeah,
me.
that makes a lot more sense. And Dr. Wilson, can you remind me if you've already worked with principals on develop? So Dr. Wilson did work with principals on developing the plan. So I think that is actually an idea that where I can have Dr. Wilson work with the principals sharing at their staff meetings, right? They're the closest to the work. They're the ones that are going to be the most impacted. So we rely on the junior high principals to share it at their staff meetings in the upcoming days. I'll share it with the board. And then we have a vehicle for gathering the feedback that you're asking for. Of course, we'll share it with our labor partners, both CSEA and SPTA as well. Does that work? Excellent, thank you.
Just an aside, can you imagine that we were talking about doing this in the fall of '26? Okay, all right.
Other future
Yep,
agenda items?
yep.
Same here.
Oh, do you want to go?
Actually, no, I'm on upcoming events, so go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm hoping that we could bring a resolution on tech to the next meeting for discussion as a first reading, and we can mandate like the Balanced Literacy Committee to either use LAUSD or give us LAUSD plus any suggestions they have, and then bring it to the board for the next meeting so we can make some progress on that. Can we vote on whether that could be an agenda item?
Can we ask Steve Venz? I know that he has brought the LA resolution. It's actually the LA resolution to the Balanced Tech meeting, and we've been busy with safety and other issues. So were you in a position were you planning to bring that to the board very soon?
I can. So.
I think there are prioritization issues. So you tell us, safety I think really is right now taking a lot of time. And so the resolution is a little bit different from their plan, right? Yeah. The resolution informs their plan. Right. So certainly if everybody feels happy with the resolution, we can say yes to it, but then we have to develop a plan. And is our plan going to be the same? So I don't know.
I mean, the plan is really more of the details that are guided by the resolution. So
I would like to bring the resolution for the next meeting because just as Trustee Banning says, these things take time. And if there's some shifts for practice for next September, I would prefer to have it happen in June. Otherwise, we're getting down to the wire. So that's why I'm proposing bringing it to the next meeting. So I don't know if we could vote on it.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are you talking about LA Unified's resolution?
What I'm saying is that the Balanced Tech Committee has been extremely active on working on a resolution. So to the board, if it's a first reading, we could look at the LAUSD plus any additional recommendations or changes from the Balanced Literacy Committee because they're meeting next week. And then that could be first reading of the resolution, and second reading would be the second meeting in June, and we could actually move this forward. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that if that is the direction this board takes, that then we are saying to the committee that is coming up that the board will now take on the role of creating the policy. Otherwise, I think, may I finish? Otherwise, I'd like to be able to have Steve Vance let the committee know that this board wishes for them to finish that. They create it, then it comes from the committee. So I think it's really important if we have engaged people in a committee and then we take that power back or that role, it's disingenuous. And I would hate to put us in a position to do that. I heard a lot of public comment to adopt this resolution to be in the fall. So I think we should allow ourselves and Steve Vance and the work that he's done to carry it all the way through. Everybody's in agreement, but let that committee finish that, bring it back, and it could be brought back June 9th, we don't know, but I think it sets us in a better path to honor some of the committee work we've been doing. Yeah. That's my recommendation.
Trustee Escobedo, we'll come back down the line.
I am inclined to say yes, I agree with that path, because what I'm hearing right now is no one's saying no to a resolution. I think it's the path that we get there, and that feels a lot better to me as if the committee holds
Agreed.
that.
I did not mean to imply that the committee would not be involved because literally 90% of the committee was here tonight. So I think, my thought is the committee, it is clear, wants to move on this fast. And I think a June 9th deadline saying to the committee, could you present something to the board on June 9th? Can we agendize it now? That would make the committee ecstatic. So I don't think it's taking away any power from the committee. The committee is saying like, let's get this rolling. Yeah.
I actually think it is
Yeah.
taking power away from the committee to say you will get it done by this point. I think it
they've
has to
been
come
saying-
from the committee naturally, not because we're giving them a deadline. Then it's
So
yeah,
would it
so-
help if the committee said we can do it by June 9th and then you'd be willing to agendize it?
I'm willing to hear from Mr. Vence when the committee is ready to say this is what we'd like the board to approve, whether it's in June 9th or the next month or the next month. This is the role that the committee should have and have the time to do it organically, not because we're saying bring it. And by the way, here's what it should look like. That's not committee work.
So we have done we've been doing the review of the work on the resolution. So we're meeting on Tuesday, and I can agendize that for our meeting at the task force. It seems to me like I can't imagine it not being done quickly because we're close.
I think that's fine. I just don't want us to put the deadline on them to do it. Okay, so we will, let's resolve, huh? So I guess we can vote on that request. You made the question, is there a second to her motion?
So I guess my motion is to ask the committee to develop this resolution and present it to the board at the timeline that they see fit. Is that?
If that's your motion, yeah, is there a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion. It's fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And you had something else?
And then I was wondering about that board coaching, whether we could agendize it for also June, because I really like the idea of, solidifying this in the summer when we have a little extra time. And so it just seems like a good time to, So that's my question. I'd like to bring a motion to agendize bringing the board coaching contract to the June 9th meeting.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a discussion first?
So I'm curious about what we're going to talk about on June 9th, because do we have time? So I really want to be able to have good discussions, and I feel that if we have a lot on the agenda, if June 9th is busy, we have a budget. Our budget meeting is probably the second meeting we have in June, Conrad. Yeah. So. Yeah. So I'm on the fence about the timing of talking about governance if we're going to do that. Yeah. And then I'm going to ask for something else, but.
So, do you propose July? Is July suitable? I just think basically, and I would love to also, apparently I have to agendize this according to Q&A to ask other board members to read a document. But basically this advice on how boards can use the summer to really shore up governance practices. So that's why I really want it to happen in June or July.
Are you asking for this at a board meeting? At a regular board meeting?
No, I'm just saying as background information of why I would like to bring the contract to the board. So I hear Sunita's issue on June.
Yeah.
So could I perhaps make a motion to bring the contract in July?
Do we have a contract to bring?
But I'm asking that you pursue the contract because we agreed in December that we were going to work with school board partners. So, and you said you were going to bring a contract to the board. So bringing some kind of contract to the board in July to make some moves on governance stream.
Mr. Escobedo?
I don't recall us.
Just
I've been asked.
to remind all of us, the board did not approve for us to work with school board partners. What we approved was to direct me, and I think just me actually, to work to get a quote from school board partners and maybe one other. It might have just been school board partners to get the options for us to discuss. We never approved to work with them.
Okay, so I guess perhaps then bringing the option to the board.
I think that the underlying question is whether there is a majority on the board that says that we're ready to do that or not. So, but
So I can make a motion. I can make a motion to say, could we have in July, a conversation with data from school board partners about what governance training might look like for us. Basically, that Trustee Escobedo brings the information from school board partners on potentially working together in July. That's the motion I'm making.
okay, further discussion.
So I guess, we have approached these board issues in different ways. I mean, we can agendize something in a meeting, or we can have a public discussion, which is outside of a regular meeting, which may be the other venue in which this happens, although we've had many of these discussions. So I think we do need to close the loop on that. I think we didn't close the loop on that. I think that is part of the issue. And I will bring up that we did talk about having a board study session on enrollment, and we postponed that date. And we haven't closed that loop, and I feel that there are other loops. So those are the two things that, are on my mind also about we need to make, either this board votes to, well, there's a study session, separate issue. We've talked about doing it. We set a date, and then we postpone the date. So how do we set a new date? And then the second thing is, do we need to, as a board, discuss whether we're going to pursue governance? We approved funding for it, but it seems to have kind of withered away without a vote. And that doesn't seem correct.
We have had some conversation about the timing of this, knowing that there's a pending board election coming in November, and whether it makes sense to do this type of training with starting when the board is going to change within a couple of months.
But
or
I don't
it
think
should
we
be
ever had
waiting.
a public conversation about it. I think that.
Well, that's a question that I think we have to consider in this.
So that's why I want to actually agendize it to have that conversation, and also with the data from Trustee Escobedo from school board partners about what coaching might look like. Because things like, I feel like things like enrollment and boundaries, hugely important, and it keeps on kind of being kicked down the road. But if we had some clear governance structures like a policy committee, also like some of those issues could be addressed in the policy committee in depth and then come back to the board for discussion. So we could get through a lot more policies.
So now are we talking about policy committees or governance?
Well, if
policy
I can,
committee is part of governance.
just provide
basically.
one more piece of clarity. I left one piece out about the direction that the board gave. The board gave direction for it to only focus on meeting management and role clarity for board members and the superintendent. It was not anything beyond that.
Okay, I'm literally happy with anything at this point. Like, something's better than nothing. So, yes, yeah.
All right.
So if
Can
if
we go
that's-
back to the motion that you made, please?
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to discuss governance training to have that agendized with data from school board partners on what that might look like from Trustee Escobedo in a July meeting, in the first July meeting.
Is there a second?
Are we not offering another option for this?
Oh, well, what was your motion? What's your idea?
I didn't have a motion. We originally had it be, we had a board study sessions.
Can we take a vote?
I think it could still be in the.
Well, that
we
I don't
can
think
without
it
a
means
second.
that we can't.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that we can't have a board study session.
Can I get us out of this, please? I have
Okay,
I have a
everybody vote
proposal.
no,
I have a
but-
proposal. We should close the loop on that conversation. So the suggestion I have is President Banning and Dr. Maldonado look at what we have on the agenda for this summer, and we need to conclude that conversation because it was board direction for us to pursue a quote and then come back to the board with the option. So my suggestion is to leave it with them since they're looking at the calendar and they're trying to manage agendas rather than us dictate out the knowledge that they have. And I would also like to close the loop on the enrollment study session that we were supposed to have, because I think that's going to be really important for future conversations as we're looking at the future of the district. That's probably the first step.
And may I add another wrinkle
Please.
to your proposal? At the last board meeting, you asked us to meet with Trustee Caffrey about setting board parameters. And the decision from that meeting was to set a study session to explain to the board what a budget parameter would be and have a conversation about that. So now we have 3 topics and a study session. So those are all like loops to. I'm done.
I mean, to me, it seems like board parameters could be an hour of the study session. That's enrollment. That's 3 hours. You know what I mean? Like, I'm happy to do a full day and get some of this hammered out, like when things are less hectic in the summer. So I think we could just stack. I mean, we've had all-day study sessions, no?
I don't agree that we could do, cover board parameters in an hour. I'm sorry, budget parameters. I mean, we've been, it's 11:20 and we've been going around in circles. I feel sorry.
I'm pro extra meetings if that is what it takes, because I feel like we need to make some progress on some of these things. So.
What does our staffing look like in July in the summer? What are we asking for the staff to create for us at a meeting in July?
Or August.
Or,
Well, in the summer.
You're talking about special meetings.
In the summer, many of us work, but many of us do use that time for our vacation. We do have a whole week of leadership development that we set aside for our principals, which is the last week in July. So really, we only have 3 weeks. That first week includes the 4th of July holiday. So we really only have 2 weeks to do some intense work, which sets the tone for that week of Leadership Institute. And then right away, we get into school opening, which is the second week in August.
I have a thought. We're talking about enrollment, which is going to talk about boundaries and potential school closings and those type of things. I don't know if that's exactly where we go, but that's what enrollment it gets to. We're talking about governance. We're talking about board parameters. We have yet to have conversation about vision setting and strategic planning. Suddenly, there's all these topics that aren't agendized, and I don't know that we've prioritized them. So my suggestion might be that we have either a meeting or an agendized time period when we as a board could establish the list of priorities that we need to deal with and say, this is the first thing we need to address. This is second. This is third. These things have to happen together. I don't know. Other than that, we're just taking a vote at 11:30 at night to say parameters are more important than board governance is more important than whatever. So
I will comment that the transfer policy enrollment has been a recurring thing, and it feels a little bit like we're getting into that 7th period loop, where we're like talking about it, and then when it comes down to hard tax, we're like, oh, we have all this planning to do. So honestly, from my priority list, I think we should talk about enrollment sooner, and I would like to do it in July. That's my personal opinion. I'm going to put it out there. I think governance is important, but we all have a different view of it. I would like to talk about it. The budget parameters are interesting to me, but for me, the enrollment is a question we can't keep kicking down the road. We have to talk about it sooner.
I appreciate that.
Would it be possible for me to just send this really short article on why boards should focus on governance in the summer? I mean, it's literally a 1-page article, because I feel like we need to do both. And that the summer is the time when we really have the capacity to reflect on our governance practices. So if I can send that, what is allowed? Okay, so I guess, can I vote to send the article on why summer is a useful time to focus on?
Do I have to vote whether I'm going to read it or not?
Yeah, you can.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be sarcastic,
No.
but an article
Vote
that
no, if you want.
The article that you're talking about sending, what is its validity? Why is that article something we should all read other than you want us to?
Because I think that we have much to do in terms of, like, the way that we will make progress on a lot of these things is if we have better processes. This is guidance from a district that has solid governance practices and
Is it a California district?
I mean, so
Is it a California district?
it is not, but every district is educating
Ms.
kids. Like,
Caffrey,
come on.
we've
It's-
had-
So
Okay,
we're
hold
going
on.
to pick a
I think we're
random
good.
district
I've-
because you've read something
Yeah.
about it, and we now have to adopt that
Okay.
as our pattern.
So why don't we just vote? I would love to just have on the record who would like to focus on governance and who wouldn't, and that's fine. Like, if everyone votes no and I'm the only one who votes yes, that's great too. So I'll just make a motion and you can all decide. Okay? So basically, I will make a motion that Trustee Banning and Superintendent Maldonado bring to us the option of board coaching, and we have a discussion on how we can improve our government structures this summer in July.
Can I have clarification? Are we talking about closing the loop that
Yes.
Trustee Escobedo mentioned?
Yes.
And we're not setting a date except this summer?
Yes.
Then I will second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Can we do the?
Can we talk about enrollment?
So I'll move to approve a study session on enrollment for this summer. Won't pick a specific date, but sometime this summer.
I second that motion.
Sometime this summer.
Well, I'm trying to give you and Dr. Maldonado flexibility to pick the appropriate time rather than us trying to prescribe a date and not have any information based on other work that you have planned for this summer. It's something that we
wanna
already agreed,
speak.
like what we're supporting right now are only the things that we had committed to
Okay,
already.
we'll have to put out a calendar request and see if there are any kinds of times. And is there a particular day that you want this to be? Is it a weekend? Is it
The thing is that, Mr. Escobedo, with all due respect, we were going to have Dr. Maldonado and Mr. Banning look at what the plans are for the summer board meetings, and they're going to be, taken up. I mean, I don't know what's on the agenda because I'm not the one that's the board president right now. So I really feel that we're pushing it, and of course, at 11:30 at night to decide what's on the agenda for July, August, and for us to set the deadline right now, I think
We're not though. We're just saying, we're trying to say that we want to have that conversation. And I don't know, when I saw that enrollment in the intra-district transfer conversation, when we saw the presentation a couple months ago, there's zero chance I'm dropping this topic.
Yeah.
So can I offer something?
Sure.
So I
We have
think
2
it
minutes.
sounds like July is busy and we may have other things on. I think August, I think there are people who have an opinion and who want to participate who are not on this board. They want to attend the study session. Most teachers are gone in the summer. So can we say August tentatively?
For enrollment?
Enrollment.
Are we able to get data in the type of data that you need from staff before that time?
I'm looking to Steve for that answer, or Mr. Tedeschi. In terms of enrollment data, and I imagine this board has asked us to do things from the conversations I've heard. One is a look back and one is a look forward. So looking back and looking forward.
Forward, yeah.
I mean,
We got the looking back stuff. But we can do the analysis to look forward to.
And we could do that in August.
would it be possible for us to, I know like there's a long list of data that we might like to see. Can we request it prior to the study session, like in June? And then you can tell us what is available. Like, for example, the enrollment data we've seen so far is 1 year of forward, and it's district-wide versus by neighborhood and so can we request
Yeah.
the data that would be most
So
useful?
you're asking for boundary enrollment as well, is that correct? So I think that's going to be a little more complex. And so I don't even know if we have the capacity to do that work. And if you're looking for, so enrollment trends and patterns, we can do. I think if you're looking for boundaries around schools and data about enrollment for those boundaries, that is a more complex request from this board that I would have to probably figure out who could do that work for us. It's not something that I think we have the capacity to do.
So I think we should try to do what we can do in August. Remember, this is a discussion. This isn't a decision. This isn't a vote. And I think this is a discussion that allows us to think openly and speak openly about other things. So yes, ideally, we could have every single one of our questions answered, including boundary data, what our schools might look like if we change X, Y, and Z boundary, if we didn't bus people. Lots of really interesting questions I'd love to have answered. But I think if we simply talk about enrollment, that in and of itself would be a very fulfilling discussion for a lot of people. So I'm going to propose that in August that we have a study session on enrollment, and the parameters of that determined by how much work needs to be done, what's reasonable.
We're adjourned at 11:30.